At this time, I'd like to call the Wednesday, October 20th, 2014 council meeting to order. It's approximately 6:18 p.m. This evening, we'll have an invocation by Pastor Vincent Kelso, pastor of Faith Church of the Redlands, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, Councilman Elvis Maldonado, and the Police Explorers. Could you all please stand? Oh, sorry. Police Explorers. I read it.
Father, we come to you this evening in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. And Father, I find it a privilege to pray for this city, to be invited to be a part of what you're doing in this town. God, I recognize that your word tells us that you appoint people to positions of authority. And God, that you created us to do good works which you prepared in advance for us to do. As I'm here tonight and I see the works that men are doing, my prayer, God, is simple, that we would glorify you by those works. You tell us to do good works before men, that we would glorify our Father in heaven. And God, the whole purpose of why we do what we do here on earth is to point men to yourself. So God, whether we're understanding we're doing your work or not in this place, my prayer is that you would give us ears to hear and eyes to see that which we're doing and working for. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you're in charge. And we recognize that. And we ask for your blessing upon the city, upon the city council, upon our mayor. God, you tell us to pray for those in positions of authority. Pray for our country. I thank you for the men and women who are serving our streets and all that they do, God. Thank you that I can be a part of this evening. But as always, I give you the glory for what you're doing in this city, in this county, and in this country. And God's people said, amen. God bless you.
Please join me in honoring our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Obviously, that was not the Police Explorer group. So my apologies for misspeaking. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Here.
Councilman Burgess?
Here.
Councilman Maldonado?
Here.
Vice Mayor Shelley? Mayor Porter?
Here. Item 3 is public comments. If you have anything you'd like to speak tonight about, you're welcome to come to the microphone. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Patrick Lingle. This is Lizette, my wife, and our baby Lachlan. We just wanted to introduce ourselves as the new owner of the Big Cheese. We just took over 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Patricia, for inviting us to the meeting. We know we definitely want to be a part of the community. We're going to be there on site every day, so please come say hello. We'll show our support to the community as well. And congratulations to all the officers on their awards today. And hope to see you all around soon.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tammy, and this is Araceli, and we work with Start Off Smart, which most of you know who we are, but we're the social services part of the police department. Every year we have a Champions for SOS fundraiser. This year, the theme is a masquerade ball with a Phantom of the Opera twist. We just wanted to remind you that this was happening, to let you know that tickets are on sale. The early bird prices will be ending August 31st. So if you are interested in buying tickets, now's the time. You can purchase them by calling 305-224-5585 or our website, startoffsmartinc.com. If you have any other questions, we would look forward to having you guys participate if you wish to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ms. Levine Kala?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Council. Pleasure to be back with you here. I came a few months ago. I don't think as many people knew me then as might know me now. They're recognizing me on the street. But I'm, first of all, wanting to remind everyone that we have a very big election, Tuesday, August 26th. However, we have early voting, and it's taking place across the hall, and we're not getting a lot of business over there. So tonight until 7, and Thursday and Friday the same, and on the weekend 8 to 4 is early voting, and I really urge all the members of this community to pass it on to their friends, their relatives, their neighbors. No line, great time to vote. So I came last time to talk to you about my plan to end corruption in Miami-Dade County, very ambitious goal, and how to fight for more ethical Miami. But today I'm coming to let you know about my 5-point plan to move South Dade forward. As County Commissioner, which I'm hoping to be very soon, I will be focusing on creating jobs and economic opportunities in South Dade and fighting for South Dade's fair share from county government. I, of course, will be opposing stadium deals and giveaways for mega millionaires. And on that point, let me just say that some of you might have heard out of left field came this charge that I am personally responsible for the Marlins Stadium. Nothing could be further from the truth, and if I had that power, gosh, what wouldn't I do with it? But I did want to set the record straight here in Homestead and countywide, best I could in the remaining days of this election, that I was part of an early coalition opposing the Marlins Stadium deal, and I stand by that, and I hope you'll pass it on. And to flip back to the point about corruption, ending pay-to-play politics will help us get rid of this kind of lying mockery of our democratic process, because the ads that are being promoted crediting me with the Marlins Stadium is being funded by special interests that are anticipating big benefit from County Commission. So I have for you a little handout on the 3-point plan to end corruption and the 5-point plan to bring fair share to Miami-Dade County, and I'm not sure how to get this up to the council members. Thank you. So in closing, I'd just like to say that I have been watching this council, and I am a great admirer of the way you conduct business, including your opening with public participation. And I hope to bring some of the great practices of this very responsive local government to our county government. And thank you so very much, everyone, for your attention. Right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Nanny?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Every year when we begin to plan our fall fundraising event that you just heard about with SOS, Councilman Judy Waldman is always there for us, and she helps us by lending her experience in doing these very large events and organizing them. Even though her busy schedule starts early in the morning and goes late at night, she always finds time to work behind the scenes for SOS. So tonight, we would like to take a moment to thank her for all that she does for us and to recognize her for her hard work when we do our fundraising events and for her support of domestic violence victims, sexual assault victims, and children who have been abused. So, Councilman Waldman, if you'd come up here for a minute. You're always dressed. We would like to present to you the SOS expression of our greatest appreciation to Councilwoman Judy Waldman for your outstanding commitment to our community. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's get it.
Okay, are there any more public comments at this time? Seeing none, I want to close the public hearing. Close public comments, and we'll go to item 4, additions, deletions, or deferrals. Mr. Manager, none? Presentations, item 5. Representative Rashine, are you available? Holly? There you are. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and council members, Vice Mayor. It's such a glorious day to be in Homestead, I say. It's hot outside, but it sure is cool in here. My goodness, I've been sitting over there shivering, but got a great crowd tonight and had a great day in Homestead. And I just love the city. And while I live in Key Largo, I love that place too, but being in Homestead is fantastic. We got to go to the ribbon cutting today at the base. Incredible things are going on there. Had some office hours today and met with Miami-Dade College's president, Dr. Padron, and had a really, really full day. And it's always a pleasure to come here. And I don't really want to bore you with a long, lengthy legislative update. The session ended a while ago. You have a very long agenda, I see, and I've already done some great presentations. So what I will talk about and maybe leave you with is the city of Homestead is in a really, really wonderful place right now. And as the pastor said, many blessings have been placed upon the city with some great initiatives that the council has promoted and ultimately got passed. And I'm so excited to see those come to fruition. I will not be able to come to the groundbreaking tomorrow at the new city hall, even though these are pretty swell digs. I think your new city hall will be even more incredible. And I wish you all luck with that endeavor, and anything that I can do at the state level or whatever that you may need, let me know. And with the police station and the Seminole Theater, I mean, it's just a great time right now. And I offer my office's assistance and myself. I'm happy to be probably the first legislator, at least in District 120, to open an office in Homestead. And with your all's blessing, I'm going to hang around for another 2 years. So thank you for that. And we'll obviously be keeping that office open and, committing as many resources as I can to the city of Homestead. With that said, we've got to look forward to the future. You all obviously have your agenda ahead of you. But from a state perspective, it was incredible to have a little more money in the budget this year to spend on great things like education and not have to cut healthcare services, be able to fund those neat projects that make our communities move and function at a much higher level than maybe they were during the recession. And I imagine that we're going to experience a similar situation coming for the 2014-2015 year. And I want to make sure, as I do for Monroe County, that the city of Homestead gets their fair share of state resources. And I think you all have a laundry list of items that we need to work on. And it's my advice to you that we get in and we get in early. And I've already spoken with several council members about meeting with the executive office and meeting with the leadership that's going to be coming in on the House and the Senate, and making sure that they know the priorities of the city of Homestead, and not only the priorities of Miami-Dade County, priorities of the city of Homestead, which may be different from those of the county. And I commit to you, obviously, let's have a little sit down maybe after the November elections and see exactly what we want to focus on and where we want to put our time and our energy. And I look forward to that. I know water is going to be a big issue. I know Councilman Burgess, DOT is one of our favorite agencies. Yes, there's not a day that goes by that my office doesn't put in a phone call, an email, personally visit somebody from DOT. And we have a great relationship with that agency. And when you have, when transportation is one of your major issues in your city, you can imagine it can be a fretful experience sometimes. Anyways, ending on a high note, I'm looking forward to the next 2 years and working with the city of Homestead. And I'll take any questions. And my office door is always open. And I think most of you have my cell phone number and know how to contact me. So. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Holly. We really appreciate everything you do for us. That open door policy at the state level is hugely important for all of us as local elected officials. And pardon me for calling you Holly.
It's okay. Rushine is a little difficult to swallow. Holly's better.
We've known each other for a very long time. But thank you for everything that you do for us. And everybody knows your cell phone number because you put it on a placard at one of the golf tournaments. If you need any help, call this number. So everybody in Homestead that plays golf knows your number.
It's one to save.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the representative. As she stated, we have been working very hard to get DOT to expedite a entrance ramp at the Campbell Drive northbound side. So far, we've moved it up 2 years. But they have redesigned it from about a $4 to $5 million project up to about a $15 million project. So it's going to be a little more extensive and a little more time consuming than we were hoping. But we have moved it up 2 years through the hard work of her office and many others. And for that, I want to say thank you very much for all the citizens that are waiting for that with their breath held. And I'd also like to just say to her that myself and the mayor had a great meeting at the Florida League of Cities last week, and they said that one of the committees that we really need to hit on to help us with the racetrack issue is the Appropriations Committee. So as soon as they're named and we get their names of whom we need to go speak to, we would appreciate your help in getting us the doors open there like you have so many other times for us. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next on the agenda is our good friend, U.S. Congressman Joe Garcia. Nice to see you, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, I first off thank you for having me. Judy, I'm sorry I didn't get to you before you snuck in on me, but it's good to be here. We unfortunately Congress is taking a recess, which usually means we work even harder here, but we should be in Washington taking care of a lot of issues that are important to this community as well as the country. I'm very glad to be here, but obviously you watch the deep divisions in Washington, and I think it's frustrating to all of us. But from our first day in Congress, we tried to focus in on projects of import, in particular to Homestead and this community. And I want to go over just a few of those issues which are important to this community. First, veterans. As you well know, the Veterans Center here is expanding. We have the great benefit of having a Veterans Center in our community. They're about to expand to another floor in that facility. We've gotten more psychiatric care there as well as more medical care. We just passed the bipartisan veterans bill, which I think is going to be good to add additional resources to veterans funding. We've also expanded the care in Key Largo because some of the folks that come here can also get service there. And I think we're on the way to fixing what is a program that was neglected for far too long. Agricultural issues. As you well know, our community has a huge stake in agricultural outcomes. And beyond getting the ag budget approved this last year, we're also working very closely with the Army Corps of Engineers and others to help on the flooding. We are at record high levels, and so we're organizing some additional meetings with Secretary Darcy of the Corps, as well as Secretary Jewell of the Department of Interior, because together we've got to fix these problems. Now, some of these projects are funded, but we've got a lot of work to do, and it's something that I think we're going to we're going to move forward, because I think a lot of these projects are coming to fruition in the right frame. Obviously, the reprogramming of Maury Drive that we're trying to work with the Department of Transportation, and we submitted a letter because the city asked us, as well as next year we hope to reprogram the additional $2 million that were available there. You've probably heard about the issue of waters of the U.S., which is an important issue. I think it's an overreach by EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers in terms of what waters they control. I don't think it's necessary, and we're working closely with both those to try to make sure we protect our environment, but we also don't want to harm our business and our farming community. Immigration reform. There is probably no community in the entire country that would benefit more from immigration reform than the city of Homestead. As you may know, I am the lead sponsor of the only bipartisan immigration bill in the United States House. We have 200 co-sponsors. My belief is that we're not going to be able to pass out a bill, at least now, but we think the president is going to take executive action. We favor that. In particular, I think it increases income. It lets us then target our resources at those who've committed crimes and other things, but at the same time, it gives people an opportunity to come out of the shadows, pay their taxes, and do the right thing. Finally, we're working with the city on a potential economic development administration grant, the EDPA, and we're working on that closely, and we're hopefully continue to do that. But it's one of the things that we spend a great deal of time stressing is, as a freshman member of Congress, the idea of getting legislation is tremendously important, but more important is working with your staff and your lobbyists to make sure that the issues that the city finds important, we can get before the right decision makers. And it's been a tremendous pleasure serving this part of my district, and I look forward to continuing to do just that. And that's it for my formal presentation. I have something else that I'm going to do after, but if you have any questions, would love to take them.
Anyone have any questions? Go right ahead, sir. Ms. Waldman?
Technically challenged today. I just want to say thank you. You're doing a fantastic job. I couldn't be happier, Joe. Congressman, I'm sorry.
Joe is just fine.
But I mean, I just couldn't be happier with their service to the community. You made promises and you've kept your promises, and I just want to say thank you, and thank you for all the advice you've given me. I've had a lot of questions throughout the last couple of years, and I never hesitate to call him or...
No, she never does.
or email him and ask him, hey, what does this mean, or what's going on? And he tells me the truth. So I just want to say good luck. And
also, Commissioner, I take the opportunity also to congratulate your professional staff, your manager and those who work for the city, because they keep us informed. And whether it's my legislative director, David Montes, or Jen George, which handles some of the agriculture issues and natural resources issues, it's a pleasure to work with a group of professionals that really is looking after, and then you guys have professional staff that helps your city on the outside, and they do a wonderful job of keeping us informed, making sure that the issues that are important to the city are in front of you. And some of you have had a chance to come and visit us. I hope the rest of you will. But it's great having there, and it's great representing Homestead in Washington.
Well, thank you. And my sentiments also to Holly. Holly and I go way back, and you too, you both have open door policy, you both are so approachable, and I apologize if I came here, I was late, and I'm sorry, so I was trying to get everything set up, so I didn't get to say anything while you were there. But both of you, Joe, as well, I fully appreciate everything, so.
Well,
Mayor.
I will take the opportunity to recognize also Holly's work. She's a great colleague to have in the Florida legislature. She's taken very seriously by the members, and that makes a huge difference when you're advocating for our city. You know, we're a small city, and there are a lot of big cities, but you've got a legislator who does a very good job of getting our issues in front of the decision makers, and that makes a difference. So, thank you, Holly.
Go ahead, Joe.
Mayor, I just wanted to take a moment because, you know, it's an opportunity to recognize some exceptional people and some work that gets done in our community. And so today we wanted to recognize Aaron Clayman because he participated in the rescue of a young man who was getting water therapy and was almost drowning. And so we wanted to recognize them with the Unique Hearts Foundation Award for their efforts. A young man was receiving water therapy and he was rescued, and it made a huge difference. So we recognize him. Let's all stand here in the front.
Just want to reemphasize one point about that. The Unique Hearts Foundation that is recognizing Mr. Aaron is a foundation that works locally in this community on behalf of children with autism. They try to go around to some of the underprivileged parts of the community to increase autism awareness, because many times children are being diagnosed with autism way too late. And the earlier that you can diagnose the child with autism, the more that you're able to get them in therapy, the more that you're able to get them in a situation where they have a chance at having as normal life as the rest of us. And just wanted to, again, thank them for their work and thank this true hero who saved the life of someone else who was drowning. Again, I'm very honored to be able to share this award with them.
So real quick, we also had the opportunity of recognizing the work of Angela Roberts with her Hope for Life event, which is a project that she's been doing for Arise. So we put a record before Congress, and I'm only going to read a few parts of it, but I wanted to recognize her real quick. I rise today to recognize the efforts of Angela Roberts to increase breast cancer awareness and prevention efforts in our community. As we all know, breast cancer is one of the most common cancers among women in the United States. It is the most frequently diagnosed cancer among all racial and ethnic groups. It is noted that due to the high cost of health care and the lack of awareness and access and screening facilities, more and more women are being diagnosed with this disease. That is why I'm proud to support the local efforts that address the need for cancer awareness and prevention of underprivileged communities. And Angela Roberts puts on this event every year that raises dollars for mammography and early diagnosis. Today she couldn't be with us, but her daughter, Nika Roberts, is here, so we want to recognize her. We want to recognize two other folks that were instrumental in the efforts of this program this year, and that is Sylvie Barreto, who represents the Palace, and she does a great job. She does a great job in representing our community, and she helped us put on this event this year. So it's a congressional recognition certificate. And we also wanted to recognize Bonnie King Moran, who also was instrumental in helping put on this event, and we're very thankful for her help. I know, come over here. I'm looking for her, and she's taking pictures. This organization, in keeping in the tradition that this commission has had, and Commissioner Waldman has had for many years on this issue, is something obviously near and dear to our hearts, and we participate in her programs also. But thank you for letting me take over your commission meeting for a few moments, and please come and visit us in Washington. And you can call me almost as much as Judy, but not as much. Judy's my favorite, so.
You're always.
We've got a small gift to recognize Judy and her efforts for us, so I wanted to thank her.
Every time we call
The
you.
one day that I didn't dress, I'm so sorry. Oh, I don't have to go down there? Okay.
Thank you, Congressman. Appreciated it very much. Next is the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
Any questions or comments on consent agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Item carries. Before we go into the public hearings, we've got a request to move tab 18 to the front of the line for consideration. Is there any council members opposed to moving 18 forward? Item 18? Okay, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you. I'd like to ask my partner, James White, to introduce this item, number 18.
Yes.
Thank you, James.
Mayor, members of the council, tab 18, just to give you an overview, tab 18 is a proposed settlement agreement that deals with the pending Fluidra request that we received from Equality Development. It's tied to tab 19 and tab 13 on the agenda, and I will explain. If we proceed with tab 18, we will consider and hear tab 19 and 13, but if you do not approve tab 18, we won't get into or won't hear tab 19 and 13. Tab 19 is a related rezoning request, and tab 13 is the rezoning request, and tab 19 is a proposed amended covenant that runs with the land that would be heard in conjunction with the rezoning. But moving back to tab 18, as I said, is a proposed settlement agreement that's for your consideration this evening. And just to give you a brief overview and some history on this, as you recall, earlier this year, you all heard a proposed rezoning application for a .99 portion of a 4.9 acre site located at 16435 Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, the corner of Campbell Drive and 15th. And that was for a proposed rezoning for a Family Dollar. That was denied on first reading. So the subsequent site plan, the subsequent covenant documents, subsequent waiver of plat applications never came before you. So the applicant, instead of filing a petition for cert, exercised their right to invoke the Florida Land Use and Environmental Resolution Act, FLUEDRA for short, and that is a somewhat rarely used process. It's becoming a little bit more used these days, but I don't think you all have ever had one before you, at least since I've been working with you over the years. And what that is basically is it's a mediation process. It's an expedited mediation process where the parties agree to a special magistrate to hear the case and proceed in that manner. The first issue for the special magistrate is to try to foster some sort of settlement or mediation between the parties. And if that works, fine. And if not, then we're back into a reconvene hearing for the special magistrate to make a formal recommendation or ruling on the matter. So we're in the process of the full ledger proceeding right now. It's been deferred to give you all a chance to review this proposed settlement agreement and make a determination on the settlement agreement. I think what might be helpful before I get into the aspects of the various terms of the settlement agreement is to have Ms. Darcy Siegel, who's here, who served as a special magistrate, give you a brief overview. She provided a report that's in your packet that is the first tab of this item. After that, she'll turn it back over to me, and I'll be happy to go into some of the details of the settlement agreement, and we'll take it from there.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Darcy Siegel. I'm an attorney here in the Miami area, former city attorney for the city of North Miami Beach. I've worked for the city of Hollywood. I've worked for the city of Miami. So I'm very familiar with land use matters and things of that nature. And as Mr. White has stated, the applicant in this particular case exercised their right under the FLUDRA statute, which is very rarely used. It's state statute 70.51, stands for Florida Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act. And I was hired by both of the parties, the city as well as the applicant, to look at and review the denial of the rezoning that came before this council back in January of 2014, and to determine a property that was located at 16435 Southwest 312th Street, also known as Campbell Drive. And my responsibilities, my prime responsibilities, were to review all the documents that were involved in this particular matter, conduct a formal hearing, which we did right across the hall here at the community center that was held on April the 30th of 2014, and to determine whether or not the city's denial of the zoning request was unreasonable, or if the denial unfairly burdened the use of the property in question. We have not reached that particular issue as of yet. My first responsibility was to have the parties get together to determine whether or not, in fact, they could come to a resolution of this matter, and that's what's before you this evening. Since the first hearing, I want this council to know that there were numerous telephone conferences with both sides. Mr. Cordino of your planning department was involved in these proceedings, and alternative conceptual unified master site plans were created and reviewed. Different from what was before you back in January was just a piece of paper, a particular project, a Family Dollar store that was really a piecemeal of the entire project. We went back to the drawing board, and I was able to help the parties facilitate a conceptual master plan. And that's in your packet this evening, so you can see the intent of the entire project, of the entire 4+ acres that's involved. Also, what occurred here was on July 10th, 2014, a community neighborhood meeting was convened, because as you remember back in January, there were many residents that came forward before the council to note their objections to this particular project coming forward. And so an effort was made to include the community, the residents, so that they could see what was being discussed and they could have input as to the site plan that was being proposed. So the new proposed conceptual site plan indicates the entire site plan in great detail. It designates the number and location of parking spots. It indicates traffic flow, building locations with maximum height and square footage, and it proposes landscaping and buffer zones throughout the entire project, which none occurred back when this was first heard in January of 2014. One thing to note that's interesting is also that On the amended covenant that is part of this package, it provides for this new conceptual master plan screening, as I already indicated, but it also has the office buildings are going to be limited to 1 story. Originally, it was going to be a 2-story office buildings. Now they have agreed to limit it to 1 story and not to exceed 24 feet in total height. I reviewed the proposed settlement agreement, the amended covenant running with the land, the proposed master site plan, photos of the fences that's in your packet as well, and I recommend that the City Council accept the proposed floodra settlement agreement and the related documents. I would also recommend that a cross-access easement agreement be executed as part of the settlement. While I was driving down here this afternoon, I did receive a copy of a proposed access easement agreement. I did not read it while I was driving. I waited till I got here, and I did look over that agreement, and I am satisfied with the contents of that agreement. In closing, I would tell this council that land use litigation can be protracted and quite expensive. It's always in the best interest of the city and the applicant to obtain a negotiated resolution to these types of issues. As I said, I find that the proposed agreement is reasonable and in the best interest of the residents of Homestead, of the city, as well as the applicant. I'm more than happy to address any concerns or questions that you may have as to the FLUDRA proceedings or my recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. White, go ahead. Follow up.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just walk you briefly through the agreement. I know you have a lot on the agenda tonight, so I'll try to be brief. And certainly, if I skip over something or if you have questions about further details, please ask me, and I'll be happy to go into further detail. The agreement basically is structured in a manner in which the applicant will have to apply for. Is that better? The applicant will have to apply for, and you all will have to approve, a rezoning, a covenant running with the land, an amended covenant running with the land, and a waiver of plat. You can't agree to approve anything in the settlement agreement, so it's structured that it's contingent. If you are on board with the concept of the settlement agreement and you're on board with the proposed covenant running with the land, which we'll get into in a moment, and you approve the settlement agreement, subsequent acts will have to happen. The rezoning, the approval of the covenant running with the land, and a subsequent waiver of plat. If all of those component parts are approved, then the applicant or Quality Development, the property owner, agrees to dismiss the FLUEDRA action with prejudice. It will go away. If any one of those subsequent parts are not approved, then the agreement falls apart, it becomes null and void, and then we reconvene the hearing with the special magistrate to make a determination on this action. So this is a point at which you all have the ability to either approve with modifications, or deny. And with that, I'll go into a little bit of the details.
Mayor, before he goes all the way into that, if you don't mind, my concern is that trying to find the history of why we got here. What if he can answer that in his presentation, that will help me understand how we get here today and what were the major issues that could not have been addressed to push us to this point. If you can, in your explanation or your presentation, provide me that answer, because there's no minutes in the packet that I saw that could answer that. So if you can answer that for me, that would be great.
Sure. Let me back up for just a moment and try to address that for you, Councilman Williams. Back in January of this year, the property owner, Equality Development, had given authorization to a developer called HRES. Investments to proceed with a couple of applications for the future development of the site, particularly proposed Family Dollar. And those applications included a rezoning, a site plan, an amendment to the existing covenant that's on the property, and a waiver of plat in which to split the property. And so they were proceeding on those applications. They moved forward to the Planning and Zoning Board, which recommended approval, and then they were proceeding to you all for consideration. Because the rezoning is an ordinance and requires 2 readings, the first reading of the ordinance is always heard first by you all, and then normally the site plan, the T-plat, the subsequent documents catch up on second reading, and they're heard by resolution to be all looked at cohesively. And so back in January, the first reading of the rezoning, the proposed rezoning, was before you, before the council. But it was difficult because the whole package was not there. I think there was some confusion amongst the council members, some confusion amongst the neighborhood, because I think that there was miscommunication or lack of communication between the applicant, between the neighborhood, for whatever reason. The council had some concerns about what the proposed site would look like, the site plan, and certainly there was, in an effort to try to show the council by the applicant showing the council what was proposed for the site, I think it just fostered and furthered confusion because it was done on an iPad. There wasn't a big presentation that was available. And specifically, the mayor and the vice mayor had some serious concerns with regards to traffic and with regards to the compatibility with the neighborhood. And I'll digress for just a moment because this site back in 1984 was rezoned by the council. And at that juncture, there were 3 different zoning districts that were approved on the property. And in correlation to that rezoning, there was also the requirement that a declaration of restricted covenants be placed on the property, which included a site plan, which is commonly referred to in the documents as the 1984 Fosse site plan, as well as a unity of title, which meant that the property could not be split and it had to be developed as one unified site. So that's sort of the back history of how we got to where we are. The issues that were raised on first reading by the community and by the council were such that the item was denied on first reading for rezoning, which subsequently resulted in the applicant filing their FLUEDRA request for relief, which fast forward to today is how we get to where we are in this process.
Is it okay, Mr. Williamson? All right. You want to continue? You have anything else, or?
I can go into just a tiny bit more of this
Go ahead.
to give you some background.
Right.
So, as I said, the settlement agreement is premised on 3 actions happening, and one of those actions is the rezoning. The amended covenant. And so what the applicant's proposing, which came out of this mediated settlement discussions, was a revised site plan, something that would take the place of what was in place of the 1984 site plan. That was a better product and provided for a unified site, unified development of the site. And so that's what's in your packet this evening. Attached to the settlement agreement is an amended covenant running with the land as Exhibit B. And under Exhibit B, that amended covenant running with the land includes a new site plan, the unified modified site plan for this property, which would replace the 1984 site plan. In that site plan, one of the issues and concerns that the neighbors had and the neighborhood had were the screening and the landscaping around the perimeter of the property that would be appropriate. And when we had the community neighborhood outreach meeting, there was not really a general consensus among the neighbors. There were some general ideas of what they wanted, but not really a full consensus. And so one of the things for your consideration this evening is if you're amenable to the settlement agreement into the amended covenant which is proposed, one of the key issues in here is what the appropriate screening would be for the perimeter of the property. The applicant's proposing that this would be developed in stages. The retail commercial would be phase one in the front with the office component in the back. When and if the office component in the back is built, the screening and the landscaping around the perimeter of that would be built, concurrent with that development. In the meantime, the retail development that would be built in the front, they would put screening and landscaping to the back of it so that the neighbors couldn't see any of the operations from the retail and commercial component, leaving the existing grove in its natural state until such time as future development would happen, which I think many of the neighbors were in agreement on. And as recent as today, my conversations with some of the neighbors, they seem to be on board with that. There'll be an opportunity for you to hear from the neighbors this evening, but just wanted to give you that sort of background. You'll see in your packet there are 4 options for screening that the applicants proposed, or Equality's proposed. One is a solid concrete wall. One is a concrete / picket fence where it's columns and picket fence with landscaping. One option is a wood fence, and one option is a corrugated metal fence, which in my discussions with the neighbors as of just a few moments ago before the meeting started, I don't think the wood fence or the corrugated metal fence would be amenable to the neighbors. But it's there for you all to decide what you all think would be the most appropriate, as well as for the neighbors. And I think the neighbors would like to see the first option, which is the concrete and the picket fence, the combination. That's similar to what's in front of the Lowe's project, if you can visualize that, and other developments around the city. So that's sort of the grand scheme of where we are right now with respect to the settlement agreement and the component parts of the settlement agreement. The prohibited land uses on the property that were in place in 1984 are still in place today. This proposed settlement agreement would call for a release of the unity of title so that the applicant could come in subsequent and divide the property and split it off into 3 parcels. I don't think your staff has any problem with that because it would be tied to the unified site plan. And so no matter how you split the property, it would still need to be developed in substantial accordance with the unified master site plan. So the Mayor, the Equality Development is here this evening. They're represented by Mrs. Boris. She's here. I think she would like to take an opportunity to address you at some point when you're ready. And I think some of the neighbors would like to address you whenever you're ready as well.
At this particular point, let's get the questions from council to staff, and then we'll bring in the applicant. So, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. White, you mentioned the timing, and that's one of the concerns I have, because when the applicant was here originally, I think the only thing that they were trying to do with that piece of property was to put one piece of commercial building on there for Family Dollar. My fear is, and you kind of tied it, that the landscaping and the fencing isn't going to be done until the whole 4.99 acres or whatever the number is done. So what's to the developer coming in there, putting the piece of property that he wants done on there, and then forever holding back? Do we have any kind of, what can we do as a council to ensure that there's a speedy and good process to this, that the neighbors are going to be looking for? Obviously, they're looking for this to get landscaped and buffered from their neighborhood, and to make this a full project over there. What can we do as a council? Because I don't want to see them come in, get their one piece of property that is so often done, and then the other stuff never materializes, and 5 years later you've got not what people were expecting.
There's not a specific time frame tied to when this development would be developed, but this very issue was contemplated by the parties in that if the first piece comes in, the corner piece, and gets developed, and what would happen with the rest of the site, and how would you address the rest of the site? And so in contemplating that, the other portions of the property may be developed in a month, may be developed in a year, or may be developed in 5 years, depending on market conditions. What would be in place that would protect the neighborhood from any unsightly operations or any negative impacts from the retail commercial? And so the whole notion of the landscaping and the screening being concurrent with the phasing is in place here. So if the first part of the retail is built at that juncture and at that time, in the middle between the office and the retail commercial in the front, it's proposed that the same screening and landscaping would be installed. And that would leave in place the current grove in its natural state that the neighbors are used to looking at and have right now. Nothing would change. And they would be screened from any negative aspect or implications from the commercial. That's what we've done to sort of address that issue, but not with regards to a specific timing issue.
Because I don't want to get smoke and mirrors given to me tonight and them come in and get what they want. I've seen that too many times where somebody shows up, gets what they want and walks away and leaves the rest of the stuff to never be developed or whatever. The piece of property goes awry and looks horrible and all that. So what can we do as a council to ensure that the people are going to give us the good product and make sure that that property is maintained and the neighborhood is protected over there? Can we put time constraints? What can we do? Because I don't want to see it. And if that's the case, where we can't get some kind of time frame from them, then I'm not for this tonight. And I'll take my chances as a council person and as a citizen and let this go wherever it goes. So with that, Mayor, I'll rest.
Okay, any other questions from council? Mr. Waldman and then Vice Mayor.
Okay. It's hard I want to thank Mr. Williams for making some clarification, because it's difficult for us to remember specifics, from 6 months ago, 7 months ago, 8 months ago. I thought that it was still up to this council to decide whether or not to agree to allow a Family Dollar to go in there. Is that not correct? That is not correct.
It's not correct.
Why?
Well, because we're not talking about, this whole issue is related to the rezoning. If the rezoning were approved, the applicant was proposing a Family Dollar, but as with all rezonings, it's not tied to a specific building or a specific use. So it could be a Family Dollar, it could be any retail commercial that would be allowed in that zoning district.
So
And so one of the key issues or concerns that the council had was the 3 zoning districts that were on the property.
Right.
They were layered with regards to intensity. The first zoning district that ran parallel to Campbell Drive was the most intense commercial, B1. Then the next middle portion of the zoning was B1A, which was a little less intensive, that only allowed for office. And the back portion was zoned parking.
Right, I remember that, with the tiered.
Right, and so when the applicant came in to request the rezoning for the Family Dollar, it was necessary because a portion of it was in the B1A, and B1A doesn't allow for retail commercial, it only allows for office.
So right now, it's just about the rezoning.
So right now, so that denial of the rezoning precipitated this whole fluidra action.
That was my next question.
Right. Instead of filing a petition for cert against the council's denial in circuit court, they elected to invoke this proceeding. And this proceeding is a expedited mediation proceeding. It doesn't mean that you have to accept this. It doesn't mean that you have to totally deny it. You can accept it with modifications or conditions. And it becomes at that point, whether or not equality would be amenable to those changes or not. If you all say no to this evening, then this item will just go back before the special magistrate and we'll conduct the formal hearing. This is just an opportunity to try to facilitate some sort of settlement and look at this whole thing globally for future development.
When did this start? How do you pronounce it?
Fluedra.
Fluedra. When did this start?
We started the Fluedra action. The rezoning was in January, and the Fluedra action was filed in February.
I found it very confusing. My book very, very, very confusing. I know it was late, and I actually put a call in today, but it was late, and I understand why I didn't get a call back. But I was very confused. I had a really hard time following it. And to my knowledge, isn't this the first time that we've done this? Did somebody's filed this or no?
Yes, ma'am.
I've never seen it. I didn't know what it was. I'm trying to figure it out, and so I'm very confused. Maybe others are more confident with it than I am, but I really have a lot of questions and maybe need some more education, because if we deny it, then they can go back to the magistrate, right? And then there could be consequences on this council. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
So we have a big job in front of us tonight. This is
There's some stuff for you to consider this evening that will affect the future development of this site.
And is it I don't want to go back here and read right now, but staff recommended we accept this. Is that correct? Okay. And your reasons that you recommended that we accept this are?
We believe that...
I can't hear you, Joe.
I'm sorry. We believe that they put together quality development that for the most part matches all of the zoning requirements on the site. When we changed the zoning from its more restrictive to its less restrictive, simply from B1A to B1, and we think they're in conformance with our code. We worked with them. We felt we got a pretty high quality development. We actually recommended approval of the last one as well. So we think that this one's even better than the last one. So
our odds of this council denying it and then going back to the courts are probably not going to be in our favor, with staff recommending it as well. I'm just guessing. I don't expect you to answer that. I'll wait and ask any more later.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question on the proposed, site plan that's here. I see the fencing that's proposed as you get from the one-story offices back, but I don't see any markings for a fencing for the south side of that little roadway as you get to Campbell Drive. Is there supposed to be a fence that goes along there as well, that borders the entire property except where it opens up for entry and exits?
I believe the fence only runs from the egress from Northeast 15th Avenue back around the entire site.
Okay, but that portion is not actually going to be built right away. So you're saying that if this project gets approved, then there'll be no fencing built to begin with until the next set is built, correct? Next phase?
What's proposed is that if there's an instance where the retail A is built first, which will more than likely happen because that's phase one.
Yeah, that's the proposal, right?
Then what will happen is if you see on exhibit C.
What page is that?
Under the settlement agreement, attached to the settlement agreement is the amended covenant running with the land. And there's a site plan, two site plans in here. One is Exhibit A and one is Exhibit C. The only difference between the two, and this is for illustrative purposes, is that there's a proposed fence and landscaping that is shown in between retail A and the office. So if the retail is built first, knowing that the office probably won't be built for a little time afterwards, then there would be a decorative wall and landscaping that would be installed that would run in the middle of the property, separating or bisecting the commercial retail and the office, so that it would provide that screening on the back end of the retail and commercial, so that it wouldn't be open and it wouldn't be exposed in the interim period until such time as that office is developed.
Correct. I see that, and then I assume that one will, I guess, be removed once the office is developed. But my question, I guess, is when you get farther south of that, there's no buffer for actual retail A from the neighborhoods, because there is an actual, there's houses and stuff. As you get there, you'll be able to see right into retail A. So it makes sense to me to actually have a buffer there as well, a fencing, a screening, so that the neighborhood isn't looking back south and seeing this building, because that was one of the big concerns as well.
Coming all the way up to Campbell Drive.
Coming all the way up to Campbell Drive, and I don't see that illustrated here, so that would make me a little bit more comfortable. And again, the key here is I want to weigh in on how the neighborhood feels, and so that was my second follow-up question was, when you guys had the meeting with the neighborhood, they seemed to be amenable, or they seemed to be agreeable to what was being proposed. You guys didn't see any pushback at this time based on the changes that had been recommended?
There was certainly some discussion. I think overall, I don't want to speak on behalf of the community neighborhood, but I think the general feel that came out of that meeting and the general consensus from that was that overall the community or the neighbors seemed to be amenable to the proposed unified site plan.
Okay.
Some of the issues that were raised, as I mentioned previously, dealt with the type of landscaping and screening that would be around the property, when that would be installed, how it would be installed, and sort of the ingress and egress of truck traffic coming, into the site off of 15th. Those were the two primary concerns that the neighborhood had. I would also mention, too, that equality development in this proposed master plan, this unified master plan, has reduced both the office square footage and the retail square footage, so it's less intense than the 1984 site plan. They've also agreed to the office component, the office buildings, to be 1 story, no higher than 1 story, and that was to specifically address the concerns that the residents had at the first rezoning hearing with the height and the view corridor from the neighborhood. So in an effort to address those concerns, the applicants proposed, and it's in the covenant, that the height would be limited on the office stories to 1 story.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the product is a better product than what came the first time around. My biggest concern, then and still now is, the effects it has on the neighborhood. It's a very established neighborhood. And so that's why my question is, I see there's a couple minor things that it seems like was raised at this community or neighborhood meeting, and I think we can address those minor things tonight and see where it goes. I know there's some people from the neighborhood here that'll speak, so I'll hear them as well. But I wanted, from staff's perspective, what you witnessed at the meeting, and generally speaking, the neighborhood seemed okay with the unified site plan as a whole, minus 1 or 2 tweaks here or there that we can discuss as we go through this. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had a healthy discussion. We debated all the issues. Everybody got along, and it looked like we built consensus on this project by the end of the meeting. So
Okay.
everybody was.
And I just, again, to kind of reiterate that front fencing, I think, is important to me because, again, I know there's some houses that can see directly to that. And I know retail A is what's planned on being built first before the rest gets built. So I think there needs to be some sort of buffer, fencing, landscaping there that also prevents the neighborhood from having to see that and kind of, break up the feel of it from the east side looking back toward retail A. That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Williams and Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just see if I can take this piece by piece. Is it the idea that it was a proposed Family Dollar that was coming here, or was it the idea that of changing the zoning? Because I'm hearing 2 things. I'm hearing that it could be a proposed what was going to be there, or the other thing that I'm hearing is the changing from the B1A to a B1. In your conversation or meetings with the community, what was the major issue that they raised that seemed to be most prevalent?
I think they were primarily concerned with not wanting to have anything on the property that was negative beyond the scope of what was currently on the property. The site plan that was a covenant running with the land, they had some assurity with respect to that site plan and how that site plan would be laid out, and that there would be some berming and some buffering to the neighborhood. And my take and read was that they were primarily concerned with regards to any sort of development on the site that would be more impactful or that would take away or somehow degrade in some manner what was previously approved. And I think that was the primary issue or concern, and that they also didn't have an opportunity to look at this thing in a holistic sort of fashion. They didn't have an opportunity to see all the pieces together, and it was sort of piecemealed. And I think that led to a lot of concern, as it should have, for the neighborhood and the residents.
When you say what was previously approved, what do you mean by that? What was previously approved?
In 1984,
Right.
when the property was rezoned, there was a site plan that was approved on the property, and that site plan was basically a sketch site plan, which provided for a combination of office and commercial retail.
I got you. So are these the same persons that live in the area in 1984 that remember this site plan?
Yes, sir. Some of
Okay.
them.
Some
yes.
of them. Okay. All right. That answers one of my questions. The other deals with the issue at hand tonight, and I know we used the word propose. If this council does not accept the settlement agreement, what other action is there for them to take upon the city at that point in time?
Well, if the council does not approve the settlement agreement, or you choose not to accept the settlement agreement, the special magistrate will reconvene the Fluidra proceeding, which we put on ice at the moment, so that you all would have the opportunity to review this. The special magistrate would reconvene that and conclude that proceeding. At the conclusion of that proceeding, Ms. Siegel would provide her ruling, and that ruling would either be a ruling that the rezoning that you all denied was sufficient, it was reasonable, there was no harm to the property owner, or it could be that your decision to deny did cause some harm, was unreasonable, and along with that could make a recommendation for you to do something on the property, at which point it would come back to you for reconsideration. If she ruled that the rezoning did not cause an undue burden on the property, was not unreasonable, then that's the conclusion of the Fluidra proceeding from our perspective, and then the applicant would then either choose to seek some further court redress.
Okay. So last question. Then the last question on this piece. Now, Ms. Siegel is the one that presented already, right?
Correct.
So she's already indicated to us in some form or manner of what her possible ruling could be based on the information that she has already concluded to. Therefore, and she's already kind of, to me, how I'm interpreting it, is have found that what she's looked at seems to be satisfactory, and that there's some possible conclusion that can come to this matter, then I'm not sure what other information I need to make my decision on, based on what she has presented, based on what you're saying. The only ingredient that we're missing is from the actual residents that I'd like to hear from, based on your, Mr. Development Service, I keep forgetting his name. What is his name?
Corradino.
Thank you, Corradino. I tell you, I just had a junior moment. Based on what he has said, that they had a healthy discussion. So I like, Mayor, once Mr. Maldonado asks his questions, to hear from the residents of that area to be able to make my intelligent decision.
That I will open up the public hearing as soon as Mr. Maldonado is finished.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd also like to thank Councilman Williams and bring back some history. See, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the meeting when this came before us, and you know, my assumption was that it was just normally just turned down because of the type of store that was going in there, which did, in a sense, it didn't make sense to me. Obviously, I didn't have the whole picture, but because, you know, this was, they were seeking basically just to do what they had the right to do, which they did back in 1984, and then today to get this approved for building. Now I know my grandmother actually used to live by there, so it's been quite some time since that property has been vacant. And what was a little confusing to me is that, you know, as we look down 312th Street and we see what we have there, from Diaz Market, which they have some, you know, probably one day they're going to do some retail as well. We do have the medical center that was just opened there. Did the medical center have any kickback or fight back from the community, which is literally right next door to this current development? And so that's one of the questions I had, and I'll kind of, you know, ask if why weren't they opposed to the medical facility that's pretty intensely used right now? Because when I drive by there, sometimes it seems that there's not enough parking space there. And so have we got any complaints within our departments in regards to how they're functioning today? Would be one of the questions I'd like to ask, and maybe get some help on feedback on that.
No, sir, I have not gotten any complaints about parking or activity along any of those facilities on Campbell Drive. In that
And is the use that they're proposing the same as the current one, which the medical facility has?
But the current zoning is B1A, which is primarily an office type of use, and they want to rezone to a B1, which is more of a commercial type use. And I believe that the medical facility is a B1A use.
Okay. And then if just passing all those apartments that are there, or condos or townhomes, whatever you want to call them today, you have the Sky Vista and then the rest of the other plaza. What are the zonings that are on those? And also the one across the street that we just proposed that was being built, which is right next to the bank, First National Bank, which is being built as they speak. What is the zoning there as well?
Looks the zoning immediately to the west appears to be in the B1 district. The zoning across the street is to the east is residential. So, you know, B1 is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, and that's why we end up recommending approval for the first application, because we felt a rezoning from B1A to B1 would be consistent with the uses that you would find along Campbell Drive, which across the street, you know, down the corner, you got Lowe's and those types of retail uses. So we didn't take in consideration the store, but we took in consideration the whole of the type of uses that would go there. And those type of B1 uses are consistent with the Campbell Drive corridor.
Okay. So the one that we have before us today is a lesser?
Again, no, it's still a rezoning to B1. Okay. So, again, we don't know what they're going to put there. Mm-hmm. We're assuming that they're going to shoot for a B1 use, which could be any of the long list of things, which are typically merchant retail sales and those types of things.
Okay, and then, again, the one thing that I am hearing, I guess, with the community is regards to the buffering or the fencing. Was I correct in hearing, and what might happen if I'm looking at the retail A? I think the concern is going to be running down Northeast 15th Avenue. Is there a wall that's going to be placed immediately once that is developed? And then the rest, I'm assuming, if we're not building it, it's going to stay in its natural state, which is the grove?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct in that? Okay. And then, I think, and then the last question would be, this entrance here, it would just be a small entrance with parking, and there would not be a wall there, correct? It would be open like the medical center next door, like the Dia supermarket, like the other ones, right? It would just have like a sidewalk buffering.
In front
and
of the
then-
building? On the
Yes.
Campbell Street, yes. There
Yes.
would be no wall in the front.
Okay, I'll hold my thoughts and my questions till after I hear some of the residents and also the representative from the organization.
Okay, Mr. Burgess first, then Ms. Williams, and Mr. Waldman. Ms.
Thank you.
Waldman, then I'll open up the public hearing. Go ahead.
As we address their on-site stuff, how have we addressed the impact of traffic? And is there, I don't remember seeing in my package anywhere a traffic study.
We don't do.
With median cuts that the county does allow, doesn't allow, does their truck turning radius allow a truck to turn from the right-hand lane without having to go into the left-hand lane into the parcel? And I ask about trucks because they depict a truck in their drawing. And I want to make sure that that truck can turn from the right lane without impeding any further westbound traffic, because we all know that 312 is a failing road already. Is there going to be a stoplight needed, or are they going to have to pay into mitigation for that?
Because this is a rezoning, we don't go through those concurrency issues. We go there when they actually put a specific use, so we can generate the trips.
Well, aren't they asking for a use later on tonight?
No, they're asking for a rezoning.
Well, this is a proposed master plan.
Correct.
With regards to what the future site
But
would look
they're wanting to
like.
bring it down to a B1 from a B1A so they can have trucks, and their picture depicts the truck.
No,
so that's-
and what we've done in the conceptual site plan is make sure that we could get those things around there, yes. So in that sense, we've made sure that we can move the trucks in and out of the facility. They have enough room to back up, they can pull the trash out, they can get in and out without impeding traffic. But in terms, and that's essentially just site planning, but in terms of a concurrency analysis with the trip generation, that would be the next phase when they actually came in with a site or a developer and developed a specific use. And we know exactly what that is, how many trips. So when they actually came in for site plan, we would do that analysis. But when they went through the previous process, which we never got to the site planning stage with the council, they did produce a traffic impact analysis. We did review all of the on-site circulation, and they were fine with all those categories.
County median cuts and all that stuff are fine.
There were no traffic impacts that they didn't address,
No
nor
way.
site circulation impacts. They hit them all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Waldman.
My question is pretty simple. I just want to clarify. If we approve tonight what's on the table, if we say yes, then they would have the right to go in and do anything they wanted under that particular zoning, correct?
Correct.
So we wouldn't be able to say, no, you can't have a Family Dollar, no, you can't do this, or yes, you can do that.
As long as their use was permitted in the list of uses that are permitted in the B1 district, we would allow them to do that.
Even if the traffic study didn't come back
If the traffic study
favorably?
came back negative, they would have to mitigate the impact. So, for instance, if they had caused a significant failure on the road, they would be asked to mitigate that impact.
And I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but I read somewhere in one of the financial papers that we get at our house, didn't Family Dollar get bought out by a company, or did Family Dollar buy out a company?
Above my pay grade.
Pardon me?
That's above my pay grade. I do not know that.
What's your
Councilman
name?
Waldman, I remember seeing something of that as well,
Yes.
some sort of combination between the two. But just to add to what Joe responded to your question, with regards to once the rezoning gets changed, yes, anything that could be allowed in B2, which is primarily retail commercial, would be allowed on that site. However, it's going to look like, it has to look substantially like this sort of site plan that you would be approving or buying into this evening. That would be a covenant running with the land, and so it would need to look pretty much in substantial compliance with what you're approving this evening, or what you would be agreeing to approve concurrent with the rezoning. The declaration of restricted covenants that's on the property that was imposed in 1984 did have, and still does have, some prohibited uses on the property, so that you wouldn't get some of the negative or ugly uses on the property. Those are still in place. Those have not been changed in this proposed amended covenant. Those still run in place, and I can point to those to you and read those off. The use is not permitted on the property, notwithstanding the zoning, the B1 zoning, would be auditoriums, bath and massage parlors, cocktail lounges, lodge halls, liquor package stores, commercial parking lots for which a parking fee is charged, theaters, motion picture houses, waiting rooms, ticket offices for airlines, buses, and railroads. You can tell some of those are pretty outdated, but they still cover some of the uses that in 1984 were of concern to the council.
And one last question. If, and this council votes no, and the court says, yes, they have the right to do what they want to do, then what would be our next step? To fight in court against them, or to go back to the drawing table and try to negotiate and come up with something different? I mean, what would be the next step?
Well, I think there's a couple of different, depending on what would come out of the special magistrate mediation hearing, I think would probably be determinative as to how the applicant would respond and what action they would take in court. Their petition for cert, basically, the moment that they filed this Fluedger proceeding, their petition for cert, the time frame for that response was frozen. So at the conclusion of this Fluedger proceeding, they would have an opportunity to file their petition for cert. I'm not sure how much time they would have left. I don't think it's very much, but they would still have that option. And if they filed the petition for cert, we would then be in a response mode. We, as the city, would respond, but that petition for cert is solely based on the evidence that was presented at the rezoning hearing. There's nothing else except for what was presented at that hearing would come into play. And so it's based on and only that record before the council back in January. There could be some other options that the property owner might try to file in court. I wouldn't want to speculate on those, but there could be some other things that could come into play. Not that they would be successful, but there could be a Burt Harris claim that could be filed against us. So, those are just some things that are out there. I can't. It's hard for me to speculate what might come down the pike, but
this is a first for us too.
But this is certainly an opportunity for you all to consider, and
it also opens the door for other people. Anytime we disagree with them, that they can come up and do the same thing again. So, and I know they're entitled to do that now. I didn't know about this before, but I look at this as really one of the most serious things we've had before our council in a very long time.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Could the applicant come forward and answer questions present and answer questions, please?
Good evening. I'm Amy Bulris with the Dunster Law Firm on behalf of the applicant Equality Development, Inc. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for your consideration of this tonight. And I'm honored to be part of presenting to you your first opportunity to consider a mediated proposal under the Florida Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act. When we were retained by Equality Development, which was after the January hearing, after the denial, and I read the minutes, I said this is the right occasion for the land use dispute resolution process, because what appeared to me from the minutes, as has been, I think, echoed by your city attorney, is that a proposal was being made that actually didn't vary too much from what's already approved in a 1984 zoning and covenant, but that it was a proposal to this community asking for releases of certain aspects of that covenant, like the unity of title for one thing, without showing them the rest of the deck. And I thought this was a perfect opportunity under this law, instead of just hauling off and suing the city because there happened to be some deadlines for filing certain types of legal challenges, to utilize the tolling provisions of FLUEDRA to call a timeout, talk to staff, talk to the neighbors, and what in those discussions facilitated by the mutually appointed special master, our impression was confirmed that one of the concerns of the community was that they didn't want to deal with a blank slate. They wanted to know holistically what would be done with this property. And so whether you approve this tonight or not, I highly commend to you the process of the FLUEDRA Act. It is a far better use of resources, in my humble opinion, than litigation for all parties concerned. So I appreciate your hearing us out tonight. As you've heard, there was a 1984 rezoning of the property that the owner at that time agreed not to forego certain uses in exchange for certain approvals that were then, in our opinion, vested and grandfathered by covenant. And the rezoning application that is one of the related items before you tonight merely seeks to move the boundary line between B1 and B1A slightly off of Campbell Drive and actually make that boundary line consistent with what is now your comp plan. That is the rezoning before you tonight. This property under the 84 zoning and covenant is already B1 at this corner, but there's a depth of B1 that is not consistent with your current comp plan. And it's my understanding that the proposed rezoning, sorry for this loudness, would move the line and enlarge the B1 area by 0.99 acres, but actually become consistent with your land use designation of LCU. Also under the 1984 comp plan and covenant, as we read it, there was no prohibition on building the office component up to 2 stories. Equality Development, at its own initiative, has agreed to limit that to 1 story because that is the development nearest to the neighbors that were coming forward and expressing concerns, both at the last public hearing on this matter and at the neighborhood meeting. The neighbors that came were those neighbors that are across 9th Court from the office, and in consideration to them, without even their requesting it, Equality Development agreed to limit that office development to 1 story instead of 2, which makes a big difference in terms of their aesthetic. The neighbors also expressed concern that there not be commercial, whether it's office or retail, ingress, egress on 9th Court. Equality Development agreed to design the project where there would be no entrance on 9th Court unless Miami-Dade County Fire and Rescue required it, and even then it would be a controlled access and not used for customer or other normal commercial traffic. Equality Development also listened to the neighbors and heard their concern. They in our understanding of what they were communicating to us, they are not eager, and this addresses the timing concerns raised by members of the council. They're not eager for the commercial development to occur at all. They like the grove that's there. It's a couple acres deep, and they're in no hurry for that to go away. So Equality Development committed in these agreements to leave the grove in place, not do any land clearing, until such time as the office development is actually ripe in the marketplace, which could be some time from now. But in the meantime, if the Campbell Drive frontage developed earlier, which is appearing likely because of market conditions, that they would do an interim screening in the midpoint of the property as has been described and is shown on the site plan. And then upon development of the office phase, if it's developed, they would provide the fence and screening that's shown and has been discussed. Some other aspects of accommodation are to limit truck ingress and egress as shown on the plan so that trucks are not able to turn and not permitted to turn left on 15th. And the buffering with the landscaping shown was not required by the covenant but is being tendered by the developer. So we believe that this proposed site plan actually reduces the intensity of development that was already vested under the 1984 zoning and covenant. And it was our impression from the neighborhood meeting that the neighbors also appreciated that fact, that they understood that some development, commercial, would go here at some point, and that equality was actually tempering it down. So I wanted to put that context before you, that the FLUDRA is a very good law in terms of at least allowing the parties to have a facilitated exchange of ideas and at least explore what could be win-win solutions. And in our view, this is a win-win solution for this community. One council member, Mr. Shelley, I believe, mentioned that he would prefer some additional screening there on the frontage of 15th as it approaches Campbell. I don't recall any of the neighbors that appeared at the neighborhood meeting to ask for that. I could be mistaken in my recall, but I don't believe any of them asked that night that I could recall. But having heard the discussion tonight, Equality is concerned that if a fence goes all the way to Campbell, it starts to look a little bit like a compound. As an alternative, they would propose a berm with landscaping to provide some of that visual protection, but not make the whole thing look like, a prison compound. That would be something that might be a solution to your concern. But overall, we think the proposal from the community standpoint is an improvement over what the covenant, the 1984 Fosse covenant, already allowed this developer to do, in our opinion, as a matter of law, and is actually more consistent with your comp plan from the standpoint of what you currently show as the depth of commercial in the Campbell Road corridor. And I hope I have that correct. I think I do, and I welcome staff to correct me if I'm in error, but it's my understanding that this rezoning is moving a line between B1 and B1A that is already pretty much set by the 1984 zoning. It's moving the line back a bit to create the commercial depth that your comp plan now calls for. And with that, I would just I'd be honored to answer any questions you have to the extent I can.
Let me say what's before the council today provides a clarity that we were not privy to in the first go-round. It was a back of a napkin sketch. The retail product was much larger. It was slid back into the more central part of this property, which was needing the rezoning to slide it back. So it wasn't, I don't know, I don't speak for the community, but there was a lack of clarity on what we're going to be approving for rezoning. This is a much more clear picture of the direction that is intended to go at.
This provides more detail than the sketch shown in the 1984 Fosse covenant, because this developer is trying to be as transparent and make as many commitments as it can at this conceptual stage. And as staff has noted, as every phase comes forward in due time, it'll still be subject to your site planning review and your LDRs. The main thing that, the main amendment to the covenant the developer was seeking from the beginning was a release from the unity of title so that this entire 4 acres did not need to remain in the same title ownership. It could be sold. And what we're trying to do here is, by putting before you a conceptual site plan that depicts the committed design of the entire 4 acres, and the agreements and covenants that we're proposing tonight would make those binding on successors in the signs. It then becomes the functional equivalent of the old unity of title in the Fosse covenant. And so in many ways, other than moving the line of B1 back off of Camel Drive to be coextensive with your LCU land use designation, and providing the functional equivalent of a site plan which is binding on all successors and assigns to this developer. Other than those, this actually, I think, reduces density of what was already approved, controls vehicular traffic in a much more residential, neighborhood-friendly way. So again, if there are any questions I can assist with, I'd be glad to.
Well, just just for clarification, the rezoning, in the first go-around, the rezoning was denied because of the way that it was, this back of the napkin sketch was presented, and it put this heavy-use retail dollar store component in more centrally located in that piece of property. And I think that in itself, the lack of clarity of the whole entire plan, was what prompted the community response, and I think ultimately the council's action to the community's concern.
Yes, and that was not lost on equality, so they and this is being put in the record tonight, they had the other applicant formally assign the applications to them, and they've invested in, council and other design experts to improve the presentation and make it more clear and make it more holistic.
Questions from council? Is there anyone from the public in the neighborhood that sees anything differently than is being discussed? None of us were at that meeting. We're getting our information from staff and from the applicant. So at this time, this is your opportunity to tell us if something we're hearing is different from what you're hearing. So,
thank you, council, for its time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah. Before you sit down, I did have a question regarding the concern that I had. I'm okay with a berm instead of a fence there because I would agree it would probably look like a better product, so it's not one long fenced-in area. But I would request that whatever landscaping would there would be taller landscaping, so again, it would break up the profile of that building. So as you're looking at it, it doesn't look like a building that, it's got something that breaks it up. But I would be okay with a berm plus taller landscaping.
And Joe, that comes out in a subsequent process or now? Your mic's not on.
Sorry, Mayor. If that's language that we want, I think we can easily modify the document tonight to reflect that language so that we can move forward.
So the question is a little taller landscaping?
Yeah, taller, maybe like some small palms or something versus, say, shrubs, because you don't want it to be thick, but you want it to necessarily break up the outline and the profile of those buildings so it doesn't look like you're staring at a parking lot in like a shopping center. Do you have an idea what I'm something taller, spaced out a little bit so it's not completely blocked, but tall versus, say, short?
Is the applicant opposed to something like that?
No, sir, they're amenable. That was their proposed accommodation, to provide some screening, but just not a fence all the way or a wall all the way. So it's a great contribution. Thank you for the idea.
Fair enough. Mr. Taylor?
Michael Taylor, 1480 Northeast 10th Street. I'm one of the residents that live in that neighborhood. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a planner, because I'm on the planning and zoning board, so let me get that straight. Now, there's two things I want to add to that proposal, James. Can we have the trucks that are coming out of the car, the vehicles that are coming out, come back out and go back out to 8th Street? Put a block there so they don't go up into the residential area when they hit 15th Avenue.
That's part of it, right? James, the trucks would exit the east side and go back to Campbell, not through the neighborhood, right?
The trucks do that now, but if we could move most of the motor vehicles that way, 'cause that's one of the main arteries going back to 8th Street to Campbell Drive.
There's a no left turn sign, so we're going to force all that traffic out to the south, back onto Campbell, so it doesn't intrude on the neighborhood.
Okay, so there will be no left turn through the neighborhood for all vehicles.
No, the way that this is proposed right now is it's a no left turn for trucks. However, cars could
turn left,
egress the property and turn either right or left. But all the truck traffic is directed to go back out to Campbell and not back through the neighborhood. And so this would be a change to the site plan if Mr. Taylor, I think what Mr. Taylor is saying, that you want trucks and cars to only,
if possible.
Let's put that in the mix, and let's move on to what was the next request.
The next thing, and I like that proposal on the fence. I don't have
The,
a picture in front of me.
the first picture, which
The first
is the
picture.
picture, which is the combination of concrete columns with picket, iron picket in between.
Is it, to amend what you just said, James, is this going to be aluminum, the pickets?
I say iron, I'm assuming, but I'll have to defer to.
But I would have much preferred if it's iron, because if aluminum is going to get stolen and get broken off.
Okay, Joe, are you hearing?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
I thought earlier today when we discussed, there was a question as to whether or not a metal fence was even part of the equation. Are you saying now that the column would be a concrete column, and then the metal picket in the middle?
Very much like the concept is very much like across the way where they have the Lowe's property where you have the concrete and the columns, and then the upper side would be the metal, and we didn't specify what type of metal it would be. So aluminum or iron, we don't really have a call on that.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Taylor?
No, it's just that this is a bit, what I'm seeing now is much better than what was presented before. I mean, in other words, it's not all the way there, but it's something that we have to work with.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Hold on one second. Mr. Maldonado, and then Vice Mayor.
Question to staff. Thank you, Mayor. A question to staff, Mr. Cordino. That road that exists today, how is it? Is it a 2-lane? Is it a 1-lane?
15th?
Correct.
I believe it's 2 lanes.
And is there anything prohibiting trucks? Let's say if they left over by Diaz Market, is there anything prohibiting trucks from passing by there today, right now?
Nothing prohibits truck movement in either direction on that street.
So it's just open right now?
Yes, sir.
Is there an entrance? I believe there's an entrance on the, I guess, apartment right next door. I guess my concern or question was, is that going to be affected by any decisions we make in regards to trucks?
I'm sorry.
And because let's say someone's UPS is dropping off back there, there's a little alleyway. Are they going to be affected by that as well? Or any moving trucks? Because when you say trucks, it's open. So I just want to kind of put that out there in the sense of
what we're trying to prohibit with this site plan are the trucks that utilize that facility to get them when they come in and either pick up the trash or drop off the goods for whatever type of store it is, that when they exit the site that they go to the south to Campbell and not circulate through the community to the north. But we're not prohibiting any other type of truck, trash truck or UPS truck or other type of thing from using those streets. Only the ones that were coming in, we want them to enter and exit off of Campbell and not move through the neighborhood.
Is there any it's a sign. I'm just going to call it the way I see it. It's just like a sign. It says no left-hand turn.
Correct.
They have it in the school, but yet everyone makes a left-hand turn. So is there anything there that's really going to prohibit trucks from making a left other than us saying turn right?
No, we don't have a physical barrier. I mean, that is an option. You could put a diverter on the street that would actually physically put a curb there to prohibit the movement, or you could enforce it if it became a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just quick clarification. I know it says in here it's the fencing plus landscaping, kind of like similar to what Lowe's is. I mean, I envision that Lowe's type of fencing. It's nice looking. I know it refers to Exhibit B. It doesn't clearly show the landscaping, but I just want to make sure for record purposes that there is landscaping that goes in between these concrete columns along the picket fence portion.
That's the concept.
Okay, that's all. I just want to make sure that's on the record. That's all. Thanks.
Ms. Waldman?
I just feel compelled to say this, that, if you go up and down US 1, especially on the east side of US 1, from Cutler Bay, even up as far as the Falls area, all those complexes, you can easily make a right or a left and you go right through the neighborhoods. I do it all the time. You know, when I don't want to go out on US 1, I'll zigzag back through the neighborhoods. I just don't see that that's possible to, in my opinion, just to block off entire neighborhoods. I mean, that businesses, if you're going to be on a busy street, they want to have some different ways to go. You are a councilman in Pinecrest, Joe, and I know you're vice mayor, actually. Vice mayor. I don't think we acknowledge that enough, but
Thanks for noticing.
but you know exactly what I'm talking about. I go to that shopping center there across from the Falls Market, where the Marshalls and all that's in there, and I just make I go out on the side and I make a right-hand turn, and no, you can.
Right. Well, in this situation, we're not prohibiting you as a citizen who's driving a car from doing it. We're asking the delivery people and the trash people and those things, the things that are really intrusive, to stay on Campbell. They don't really need to.
I know, but can you physically say you can't do that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can.
All right.
We can say it, we can enforce it, and we can actually build physical devices to prevent it from happening. And a lot of cities do that, trying to protect the integrity of their neighborhoods.
I heard Mr. Taylor say cars, and I just didn't want him to be disappointed, because I just don't see how you can keep cars.
We're not intending to keep the cars.
Okay.
I don't think that was what we want to do.
Okay, but I did hear it, so just want to make sure.
Right, we're not trying to prohibit.
I'm guilty.
Well, clearly it's a much better product. It's clearly a much better product than was originally proposed. So, at some point in time, we need to make, Mr. Patricia, you want to say? Somebody needs to make a motion one way or the other to move this or deny this or fight it out in court. I think we've heard from just about everybody.
Well, I'll go ahead and I'm going to make the motion.
I'll close the public hearing, and Mr. Maldonado.
I'll make the motion to accept the settlement agreement with what statements that we can put in place. And I think we've heard it all through staff already. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second that, but I just want to clarify to make sure that the requirements for the berm and all the things that we discussed are included. And I guess, Jamie, I'll turn it over to you to explain.
I think there are two issues that we can address. One is clarification on the type of screening and landscaping that would be utilized for the proposed development, and I think what I'm hearing is from at least from the neighbors via Mr. Taylor, and I don't know if you all have any further direction, is that it would be the columns with the iron picket fence with landscaping. That would be the option, or the preferred option.
Is that the option, council? Okay, that's correct.
Okay, and then the second item is that along the perimeter of the site, from the ingress and egress on 15th up to Campbell, Equality has indicated that they would be willing, and we will amend the site plan to reflect the such, that it'll be bermed and landscaped. With the caveat, I don't have the exact language this evening, but the caveat that it's going to be higher landscaping that would, landscaping of a certain height that would be appropriate, that you're looking for.
Sure. Okay. So with that, that's your motion.
That's
I'll
your
second
motion?
that.
Okay, that's the motion, and the second by the Vice Mayor.
Just before you vote on that motion, I'd just like to read the resolution into the record. Resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a settlement agreement with Equality Development Incorporated, authorizing the appropriate city official to execute the settlement agreement and any additional documents pertaining to the settlement agreement, and to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement, and providing for an effective date. And this includes the amendments that were just stated and incorporated into the record.
Any final comments before we roll call? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess,
Yes, but I'm going to hold their feet to the fire when it comes to traffic and stuff in the future.
Councilman Maldonado.
Yes.
Councilman Williams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough,
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley,
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Now we can go back to the beginning.
The beginning? I thought we were ending.
No.
That was tab 18.
Back to the beginning. So we're going back to tab 8, correct?
Correct, Mayor. We're beginning the portion of the quasi judicial agenda. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentation on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communication they've had concerning any of the following council agenda items. Hearing none at this time, the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on any of the following quasi-judicial items.
Would you please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
First item for your consideration is tab 8. Tab 8 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception requested by Leisure Inn Community Center, Inc. to permit a K-3 charter school on 5 parcels totaling approximately 1.21 acres for properties located at 143 Northwest 11th Street, 135 Northwest 11th Street, 104 Northwest 12th Street, 127 Northwest 11th Street, and 119 Northwest 11th Street as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And Mayor, I will introduce tab 9 because the two correspond with one another. You can have the public hearing and hear them together, then take a separate vote on each item. Tab 9 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval for a proposed 7,261 square foot expansion to an existing site, including a new playground and 34 new parking spaces on 5 parcels totaling approximately 1.21 acres for properties located at 143 Northwest 11th, 135 Northwest 11th Street, 104 Northwest 12th Street, 127 Northwest 11th Street, and 119 Northwest 11th Street as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
On tab 8, are there any questions from council?
Yeah, this is, my question is to more so staff, and probably this is has to be something that this as a legislative body we have to talk about, because I'm trying to figure out, and it's nothing against Lady Argene Community Center, Inc. at all, but just a statement. How many charter schools do we have within the city limits? It's a policy question for me, because at some point in time, I'm going to have a charter school on every block, and we're already, the schools that we do have are not even capacity. So, number one, how many, if you probably can't answer total how many, but then where are these kids coming from within the radius of where they're trying to propose? How many other charter schools do we have within the area that is being served with this age group? Just a question that I need answered.
I'll take a crack at it. I don't know the total number of charter schools, but I do know that I think there's 6 Councilwoman has suggested, we've approved 4 in the last 4 years, I believe. I think they're spread through the community, and the applicant has not necessarily offered. I think the applicant would better able to offer where they plan to get their students from. I think that's probably the best question for them, since they put their business plan together and feel that this is a viable business for them.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, if I could give you an insight for a second?
Absolutely, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I was told today by our fine PD that we have 50-plus schools and daycares within the city limits of Homestead.
My God.
I think the number they gave me was 56.
Wow. Wow. Thank you for your, can I finish?
Yes,
Mr. Williams. Let me thank my colleagues for the insightful information. As I said, preface my statement before, this is no way regard to anything with, I think they're a great community partner, and I'm for the application, number one. But for this body, I think there needs to be a conversation to be had. How many more charter schools are we going to allow within our city limits? With the continual decline in the enrollment in our other public schools, charter schools are public entities. They receive money through the state, through pass-through, through the county. I understand that. And I think for me, their proposal, I'd like to know, if you could, staff can get it. Do we have any other charter schools within a 3-mile radius of where they're proposing? 2 miles?
I'm going to have to look.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Then I'll yield to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Maldonado,
Yes.
then the Vice Mayor.
And I think I'll just, again, following what he said, this has obviously nothing to do with Lee Jardine, but I believe we had this conversation in the past where we were supposed to get some numbers and some information, because, initially we were, please come, and they came, and our schools are better and our education is better. But now it's funny to hear from some of the charter schools and say, oh, you're pulling from, you have so many schools here that we can't even fulfill the schools. And I've heard that from 2 separate, or the main charter schools. And so, and then obviously for the good, but nonetheless it happened. We saw that Camel Drive changed from its regular middle school that I attended until now a high school, with its limited capacity, but nonetheless it seems like a great program. But even they are still under-enrolled. And so it comes to a policy question, and the question should be asked, when do we stop, and how do we stop, or how do we limit, and I guess set the boundaries of what we're doing. And I think one of the items that we discussed, and if I recall, Vice Mayor Shelley might have even brought it up in regards, and he'll probably bring it up again, and is maybe that as a policy we should have this in certain areas of the city so that we'll make sure that it's spread out. And so I know originally all the charter schools were their space, which is the east side, and this is the west side. But I have issues right now, or moving forward with this application, just for the fact that, when do we stop? When do we start working on that, Mr. Manager? So I don't know if that's applied now or after the fact.
My opinion would be that would be a policy issue that should really be looked at for the future, but should not be applied to this particular or instant application that is already brought forward under existing law. So I would say if you want to discuss these issues of whether you even have the legal authority to prevent the proliferation of charter schools, that would be an issue for a future workshop or discussion, but should not be used against the pending application.
Sir, we've been instructed by the council to go back and revisit the special exception criteria for schools, and actually have an item that's moved through the Planning and Zoning Board, be coming to council either at the next meeting or the meeting after, that will address that topic. So we're just about to bring something to you for your consideration.
That's all for now.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up. I had that conversation with Mr. Corradino from Developmental Services just the other day, because I think it was our last charter school application, the one that went on US 1. I think I'd asked the same question, and I said, how much is too much? And they're proliferating everywhere. They're in the middle of neighborhoods. They're in the middle of commercial, corridors, and schools cause more traffic than anything else. And so that was the question I think I'd asked then. And so I did ask them to prepare something, and I think they believe they have. I understand it's coming before us at the next council meeting or CAL.
It's gone through planning and zoning, so it's ready for council.
Okay, perfect. And so I think that's great. I mean, I'm the same thing. I think we need to kind of regulate better where our schools are going to be going within our neighborhoods and within our districts, because otherwise you're going to be driving from point A to point B, and you're going to pass 5 school zones, and it's going to take you half an hour to do it. And also, for those who don't read my Facebook page, I did a Tuesday trivia, and it was how many schools do we have in the city limits. So I quickly checked it again, and I think my calculation was 14 charter schools between elementary, middle, and high school altogether, plus or minus like 2 or 3, because there were some that had been approved but hadn't been built or hadn't been occupied. But that's what I have from the numbers I got from Developmental Services. It was somewhere around 14, so fun tidbit. That's within the city limits. They had to be actually issued a occupancy or permit by our Developmental Services to go on that list.
Did you count Keys Gate more than once with the elementary and the high school?
I believe they got, Cheesegate Charter. Yes, correct. If they had a high school, a middle, or an elementary, then they got counted multiple times.
I just counted as Keys Gate.
Yeah, correct.
That's why.
Sure.
Anything else? No. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. Am I allowed to ask the applicant a question at this time, Mayor? Or do you want me to wait a minute?
Can we wait?
Sure.
Let me get Ms. Wallman, and then we'll get the applicant up, because, is that okay? Ms. Wallman?
No, I was just going to say, and I apologize, I have a tickle in my throat, so I apologize. But when this property was being sold in the first place by the foundation, by the hospital, at the time I met with Sally Woods, and she told me that that manufactured structure on that particular property, if I've got the little map right, that the manufactured home, that was grandfathered for childcare. And she told me, though, that could never be destroyed, that everything would have to be, it could be repaired, it could be built around, but that it couldn't be destroyed. Now, that was my question going into this today, because I had been told that, and at the time I was in close contact with Evelyn Greer when she was a school board commissioner, and they had one time thought about buying that, because they could have bought that whole property for the same price they paid for just the old hospital. So is that true? I mean, that's what I was told.
I'm going to kick that to the attorney. No, I have no knowledge of anything that can't be destroyed. I don't believe that's true.
Okay, because I was told that particular manufactured home had to remain because that was what was grandfathered. And if it was touched...
No, ma'am.
James is giving me that look.
Well, it would have to
I don't dream this stuff up. Go. I've got a
I don't
light
recall
right
any
here.
conversation or any dialogue going back years ago with
Well, it was when the
Development
hospital
Services.
purchased, when the hospital was selling the
Maybe
property.
there was some discussion about the use may have been grandfathered, and so as long as the use didn't terminate for a period of time, then it would not lose its grandfathered status. It could remain. Maybe that might have been. I don't remember any conversation about the structure, but unfortunately, we don't have the source
Bert
or
was
have
with
the
me.
files.
He heard it. So I didn't dream it up, but that's what I was told. So, and I couldn't agree with you more. We have so many charter schools, and we're not even counting the private schools. There's all the private schools, the church schools, St. John's and everything else. But Elijah Don, I mean, you've always done a remarkable job. But I just wanted to make sure that was, that property was grandfathered. I mean, it was a daycare center for many, many years.
There's been, since I've been here, there's been a slight history of odd things with this property. This is the one that had been administratively rezoned in the past that we had to correct a few years ago. So maybe a little misinformation had gone on at that time about this thing. So I think we got it all cleaned up now.
Yeah, it was quite the property.
Yes.
Quite the confusion. All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, this is a question to staff and related to what the attorney has just indicated to us, is how many more charter schools do we have coming before us? Do you know that?
I don't have any more applications in for
No
charter.
more.
None at this time.
At this time. Is, Mr. Attorney, perhaps between you and a fine firm, could answer the question that if we were to entertain a conversation at an appropriate time of a moratorium on charter schools, would that be permissible for us to do?
That's something that could be looked into as a temporary moratorium while new regulations are prepared, but that would be an issue that we could look into. I do not recommend that you hold up this.
No, I'm not
particular
saying that.
application,
I'm not
but
saying holding up.
That's something that could be looked into.
Right, I'm not saying hold up this applicant.
Right. That's something
That's
that
why I
could-
asked the question about if there were any more in the pipeline, so that nobody else will be targeted, or not so much targeted, lack of a better word, but we will not have any others coming before us until we had a conversation with the members of this council. So my question is, could that happen
That
if
could be
we
something-
directed
That would be
you all to
something
do
we
that?
would have to look into.
Okay, so when could you get me an answer?
James and I
Well-
would confer, and James, I don't know if you have something to add at this point.
Yeah, we have to be very careful. If you're doing a moratorium, you're going to have to do a moratorium on all schools.
Mhm.
You're not going to be doing a moratorium just for charter schools, because under state law, there are protections in place that deal with charter schools being treated or equally
Equally, right, I
to
understand.
public schools.
Right, the conversation needs to be had. I'm not just picking out charter school. It just so happened they just happen to be on the chart tonight. So let me say that. But the conversation period will be able to be had, and if it's all possible, I'd like to talk about it after we deal with this under my business, so we can perhaps get a date together that we can look at this. So after we have done this business, under my business, I'd like to just briefly talk about it. Where do we go from there tonight?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, sorry for interrupting. At this time, there should be a motion to extend
I
the
move that
meeting
we extend the
for a
meeting
one-hour period.
to 9 o'clock. 30 more minutes.
We'll have to, well,
I like that.
okay, there's a motion for a 30-minute extension. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion for 30 more minutes. Okay, was that?
I'm done.
Mr. Williams? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Bronis, could you come up and help us out a little bit, sir? Yes, sir. Eddie, Mr. Burgess has a question first, okay?
Very well. Name and Eddie Barones, 177 West Maui Drive, for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Baronis. Don't you operate a daycare there now, or there is a daycare that's operated in that vicinity or that building?
We
right
do.
now?
Les Jardins is a private nonprofit that focuses on early childhood programs.
And
We actually have 600 children that we serve, currently serve.
How many
at that
kids do you think are in that building at the current
Excuse me?
time? How many children do you think you serve
We
in
have-
that building at the current time?
We have one building that, we have 120 children that we're serving there, and we have 40 children in the modular unit that you were talking to, Councilwoman, or referring to Councilwoman
So
Woman.
you're looking to add 103 total, I see?
108. And I
108,
just want to
excuse me.
answer some of the questions that were already, this charter school is, there's a difference. And not conceptually, it's a school. But the fact that we are going to be self-managed, number one, a lot, as you know, a lot of the charter schools are profit management companies managing charter schools. We are not-for-profit, and we are a self-managed, which means that we are going to manage the school. The other difference is that we are going to focus, our school is going to focus on science, math, and engineering. And we are going to grow 1 year every year. We're going to start off with kindergarten. And someone asked where the children coming. I think it was Councilman Williams. We serve approximately 600 children every year, 3 and 4 year olds. We transition anywhere between 250 to 300 children into the public schools. So charter schools are beating down our door because they want our children. They want our population. I think that research has shown that when children go to a familiar environment, there's consistency and continuity in their education, they do better. Considerably the population that we serve, which is the poor, they need that kind of continuity. And Les Jardins can provide that. Someone asked about charter schools in that area. I don't think there's any charter schools within that proximity. All the charter schools want to go where the developments are, and that's on the east side. And I know about charter schools because 14 years ago, we opened Keys Gate. And back when charter schools weren't even popular. And ever since then, I've been amazed of, just like you guys, on how many charter schools there is in this area. We are trying to, like I said, research has showed that continuity and consistency in children's education, particularly the poor, is giving them a better opportunity to be something. And that's exactly what we're doing. Our charter school, we could have been in the charter school business years ago. We chose not to. We didn't deviate from our mission. Our mission was early childhood, and that's what we stayed on, at least for the 17 years that I've been with the agency. Les Jardins been there for 30 years, has been here. 30 years providing early childhood programs for disadvantaged children in this community. This was not staff-driven. It was not board-driven. This was parent-driven, which is the philosophy of charter schools. Charter schools are supposed to be parent-driven. Unfortunately, a lot of times they're not. They're company-driven by these management companies that are in it for profit. Our school is going to be a school that's really going to make a difference. Our focus, like I said, is science, and we've already working. We actually already started working. We've been part of a research project for the past couple of years with the University of Miami, and they've developed a science curriculum. We were their tested group. They came in, and we've been working with them for 3 years. They tested the curriculum on our 3 and 4 year olds, and now now this year we're implemented the curriculum. It's the first year that we implemented that science curriculum. We entered a partnership with the Museum of Science, Patricia and Philip Frost Museum Science. They received a major grant from the Kellogg's Foundation to promote science within the early childhood arena. They chose us, and this year, the implementation of the science curriculum in all our classrooms for all 600 children are going to be exposed to science at 3 years of age. We received a major grant from the Ocean Reef Foundation to provide the technology piece of our program, and we're implementing that right now. Our school is going just to continue what we're doing. Is we're going to continue what we have already started exposing the children at 3 and 4 year olds. We're just going to continue. We're not asking to serve all 300 or 250 that we transition. That's not what we're going to do. We're only serving 108 the first year. Second year, the kindergartens move to first grade. Another class of kindergarten comes in. And the third year, they move to second grade. First move to second, and the kindergarten, the preschool moves into kindergarten. This is a 6-year project that we intend to do. Every year, implementing and growing by 1 year. School grade. So I hope that answers some of your questions.
Mr. Williams and Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you so much. Let me say this: the Since I prefaced my statement by saying in no way am I targeting Lake Jardine Community Center, Inc. in my questioning of a policy issue, or no way am I dismissing the quality of education that you all provide for the community. My statement is nothing to dismiss any of the academic preparation in which you all are providing to the poor kids. But Shelley, this is in your district, right? What is your thought process on transitioning this daycare into a charter school that's going to create more traffic, whether it's stacking or however, from 100 and some kids? What is your, because I tend to kind of support that which that council person district in which projects are going in, and I'd like to hear what your idea of it is based on this proposal for this charter school.
Sure. No, I had a chance to meet with them recently, but I've met with them a few times before when this thing was first in the pipeline or they first were considering it. And essentially, it's right next to your existing school, correct? So your existing school's there, they have existing parking, and then they're going to expand the school essentially just a little bit to the west to accommodate additional children. There hasn't been any complaints in that area about the parking or the traffic where it is now. Everything's been within the self-contained lot. I believe this one's also going to be expanded. The lot's going to be expanded a little bit to accommodate that. So at this point, I haven't had anybody complain to me. I didn't see any issues with the current product. So expansion of this product, if it was a new product that didn't exist before, I may have more concerns. But because there's expanding an existing footprint, I'm less inclined to object to this one. Although, you know, I support everything you guys have said before as far as, you know, when's enough for charter schools or any school at that matter.
Yeah, and I think when we first started with these charter schools, it was based on need. We talked about a high school and, you know, need for diversity as it relates to options to provide for the resident. And that's what my philosophy was based on need. Now, I don't know if there's a need other than to perhaps continue based on, and let's be honest about it. We can all talk about whether or not non-for-profit is for-profit. We understand people make a living. I mean, that's the real, whether they're profit or not-for-profit. You're still getting some type of living from the corporation. Or only difference is that the money's not given out to bonuses. They're given to be invested back into its entity or its organization. So I'm cool with that, and I just wanted to put back on record. In no way, shape, or form am I objecting to this charter school, but a policy question for my colleagues.
Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to the applicant is that it says here K through 3, third grade, but I heard that you mentioned that you're going to continue to grow. Is this going to only stay from kindergarten to third grade, or do you have intentions to create a high school? Because you also mentioned that you know, or we know, the importance to have a kind of feeder pattern, and obviously we know that because we've created it within the other charter schools that are there, and so the 3 existing charter schools that have started here have all started in the same capacity and has now grown to high schools. Somerset has their high school that's coming online. It's on US 1. Everglades is the one from Waterstone, and then obviously Keysgate has its from pre-K. They got the whole set now. And so my question to the applicant, to yourself, is that is this going to stay only K through 3, or is your intention to grow the school to a 12th grade, and hence it's going to add impact to the existing facility?
Currently, it's only K through 3. This campus is only going to house the kindergarten grade, and then we're maxed out. We can no longer grow on that particular property. So I guess your question, to answer your question is, yeah, we are going to grow to third grade and possibly to fifth grade, but not at this location.
Okay.
Because this location is only going to be our kindergarten campus.
Okay.
Because we can't grow and expand any further there.
So you'll create a feeder pattern, but it will not be in this school. It'll be another location that you have.
It's going to have to be.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the capacity to house them. So it's a 6-year project. Every 2 years, we are going to roll out a new campus or new facility.
Okay.
Which wherever we go, if we decide to go to Florida City, we won't be here again. But if it's Homestead, we'll be here again to build another building.
I think my other question was in regards to the roads that are there. I'm sure, have we done the impact study for the amount of cars that's going to come? My only concern on that is that I know that kind of like what we did over there in front of not Everglades, but Gateway Elementary or K through 8, we put buffers all around that road, and it's not working. And so I know that recently we did the same thing over on that one, I think it's First Avenue. I have a client down the street from there, so I actually visited a lot. And so my concern is if they try to stack in that parking lot, we're going to have issues because we're looking at, they're going to overflow to the other facility, which is where they have house doctor offices and what have you, and they have parking lot there. And then they have their own parking lot, but that's it. So my concern is going to be in regards to the parking on this one, especially on this one, because the First Avenue, there's no space. So I'm hoping that if we can either create that or put that in here so that we can have that space, because it's going to happen like it always happens. So I just want to make mention of that and have this council consider and think about, as we move forward on this, that we would look at the impact that it's going to have. We know what traffic, the funny thing, and I think, and Councilman Burgess always, makes this great point, is that, listen, all the studies say it's fine, but at the end of the day, we're having issues. And so, go ahead.
Borodino.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
Okay.
The signal. Go ahead, Joe. I see you jumping at the mic.
I thought you forgot my name. We've done traffic analysis. We obviously it showed everything was fine. We concur with that, and I can get into the details of that. If we had more time and how that always happens. But the answer is that I think if you're right, and you've got a 15-minute to a half-hour block of time in the morning, you can condition these guys to make sure that they have enough school resource officers or crossing guards to control traffic, make sure they're stacking on site when the parents get out of hand and just start doing whatever they want to do, that they control it, or at least in that way or some other way, because I agree with you, every school that we've ever seen in Miami-Dade County, unless they're a giant with on-site stacking, will have some type of issue for those 15 minutes to a half hour. But the traffic impact analysis, the way it's designed to measure concurrency, showed that it has a minor impact on the neighborhood streets in that peak hour.
I guess the question would be, could we create, have the applicant add some type of stacking lane or make sure, other than what's there, the recommended? The same way we're kind of saying.
It's not a necessity, because when we measured all of that information for the site, it appears to us that they have the proper amount of stacking for the number of vehicles that go out there. Again, like we've done in other places, maybe we can say we're going to go out there and do an after analysis, or they should do an after analysis, and if we're bogging down the streets, then we're going to need to remediate that. So we can leave that condition open, that we'll go back and ask them to do.
I would at least ask that the council will consider that, at least some type of remediation, if that be the case, in regards to this community. And again, even though Vice Mayor is a representative, we all do represent the city, and we all will hear when issues are at hand. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just say that the traffic model over there doesn't work, Joe. The streets are overwhelmed. The Mast Academy is a huge impact in the community, and it's all residential. At one point in time, where Mast Academy is, the street to the south was an open street. We did it's not a through street. More access to traffic moving around would be better as opposed to less. But the through streets, and I'm not saying it's the Les Jardins, but it's masked. It's a huge problem over there. So it's a concern that we're going to put more, and I don't think that, it's kill this project or that project, but there needs to be some sort of management over there. Either the police department has to go over there and do something, or somebody. Not too long ago, the principal's out there in high heels in the middle of a four-way stop managing traffic. So, something's got to be done over there. And it's more directed at Mast than it is at Les Jardins. But you're going to pile more traffic in an already residential neighborhood, and that one, I think that through street may help. I mean, if that were opened, that would give a street to the north and south of Mast, and it would give a street to the north and south of this project, and plus your east-west, your north-south. So I would recommend highly, Mr. Manners, that we get somebody over there to figure out what the problem is with Mast and how that needs to be addressed, because that's a four-way stop sign. People park in the middle of the road. The buses pass on the opposite side of the road and go through the yards of the neighborhood. So Major Kennedy's back there and Captain Sincor. So I think we need to do something there. Ms. Waldman?
I was going to wait to my business, and I won't get into it so much right now because of the late hour, but we have a terrible situation. Well, Jeff and I, we both happen to live there, but it's terrible. We put no parking signs all the way down South Canal. There, a year ago, there was an ambulance trying to get into Brookwood Gardens. The patient happened to pass away because they couldn't even get through because the parents were so disrespectful. So with all due respect, all the stacking lanes, unless the schools enforce those parents and put restrictions and punishments or fines or whatever, it's a mess. A mess. And we all have it. So I'd like for it to be on the agenda next for either the CAL meeting or the next committee, the next council meeting, to talk about traffic and, it's a mess. And the trash, oh my gosh. The trash is another story. And we tried to work with the Dade County and schools, and I will say, y'all are so accommodating. But Dade County, they don't care what that traffic study says. They don't care. They say they're going to help us, but they don't. And I've had meeting after meeting after meeting. So I think we need to have either a workshop, Mayor, or something, because each one of us are sitting here with a school in their district, and it's
schools everywhere.
The complaints.
Let me ask, is that all? Let me
Yes.
ask Mr. Bronis a question. What time would be the high impact time for your parents dropping off the kindergarten students?
Probably between 8 and 8:30, and then 1:45 to 2:45 would be the high impact. But let me just say, I wanted just to address the traffic. We currently have 160 children at that location, and we have about approximately 50 parking spaces. I can tell you that less than a quarter of our parking spaces are used. And that is because the population that we serve walk and live in the area. And the fact that we're going to pull our population of children that we're going to recruit are going to be from the population that we're already serving, I venture to say that that's going to be the same case because they walk to school. They literally bring their kids in strollers along with their siblings to drop off their children. So that parking, and you can go by there any given point in time in the mornings and the evenings, and the parking lot is empty.
Right. Now, this is a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak.
Through the mayor, if I may.
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
been
I just
very
want to make
patient.
sure everybody knows.
Yeah, I just
Ms.
didn't want
Faircloth, go right ahead.
kind of slipped by me. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Baronis. I'm very familiar with the work that you're doing at Les Jardins. I'm constantly briefed on the great things that are happening there. I just have a couple of questions because I don't want to kind of belabor the points that were articulated before me. My question is, where do your kids feed into? Which public schools that you reference, which schools do they feed into when they leave you?
Depends on the location. We have 3 campuses in Homestead. At that particular campus, it's either Redondo Elementary, as far as West Homestead. That's it.
Redondo and West Homestead? Okay, both of those schools are within our municipality. And we talk about traffic and parking, which is great because those add stress to our infrastructure. But what is as equally important to that is the curriculum and the programmatic focus. Because you talk about traffic, but I don't want another failing school.
That's right.
So you referenced the curriculum and programmatic focus of STEM, but you mentioned a science curriculum. Is it a science curriculum or is it a STEM curriculum?
It's a STEM curriculum. The reason I referenced science is because the partnership that we currently have with the Museum of the Museum of Science. This year we opened up the school with the implementing the science piece of a science curriculum, basically, and it's one of the components of the STEM. So that's why I referenced that. But yeah, so what we're doing with the children now, and what we're doing is preparing them when we transition them into the kindergarten class or the primary years, is that they've already been exposed to the science technology piece, which we also implemented this year, the engineering piece also. So that's what we're doing.
So I just want to clarify, so you're going to be a STEM school?
STEM school, yes,
where that is
correct.
going to be your programmatic
That is our
focus.
program.
And the STEM program, just so that everyone knows, the STEM curriculum is like a hot curriculum now with several schools grasping to become a STEM school because most businesses, these large businesses, are supporting schools that focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics because it strengthens the pipeline for children to eventually assume these jobs and these big businesses. So I commend you for being very strategic with your curricular focus to ensure that you're positioning the students to be successful and to obtain these jobs in the future. And let me just finally say that nothing against Le Jourdain because you run a quality program, but too much of anything is not good. And I am all for education, but I feel like there's not another city in Miami-Dade County that has the amount of offerings that the city of Homestead has. From international ed to the arts to STEM, we offer everything. We provide a lot of parental choice options for our parents. So beyond this application, I'm not sure if I have the appetite to look at another application as far as a school, be it public, private, charter, whatever. Enough is enough. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I just may respond to some more just a thought. I grew up in this town, and I've lived here all my life, and I've seen it change. But I'm more excited now than ever to see this city in the direction that it's going because of what you just said. Because we sat here, and Mr. Porter, or Mr. Mayor, and Ms. Wallman, we sat on this council, and we couldn't attract very few residents to this town because of the quality of education that we had. So I think it was said back then, and it still says that education affects the quality of life of any community. And I'm just extremely proud to see what I see today, what's happening in this city. Like you said, we're offering all kinds of academies, all kinds of opportunities, which we may not see a difference now, but 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we're going to create a labor force, a workforce that's educated in the fields and technology fields and in all kinds of professions that's going to make this community prosper. So that I'm excited just to see it and celebrate it with you.
Okay, anything else? I'm going to close the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion from council?
Yes, I move that I move that we accept or move this application, this resolution forward.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Maldonado, did you say you want the floor?
He said.
There it is. Thank you, Mayor. I apologize for that. Just working with staff and something that we had quickly spoke about, or I mentioned while I was up here initially, was, some type of way, dealing with the traffic. We have an issue. Is there a way that we can mitigate? And, so speaking with staff, I'd, maybe like to bring up a recommendation, that we would consider before the motion, and that is, onto the motion, if anything. So with that, Joe, we just finished speaking
Yes,
about
sir.
this.
We can condition him to come in and do kind of an alternative traffic analysis midway through his first semester, or even periodically thereafter, to make sure that that their stacking and ingress and egress program coming in and out of the place is actually working the way they said it will. We will call that almost a site accumulation analysis, where we'll evaluate the stacking, the parking, and all of that. And if it is being disruptive to the neighborhood or spilling outside of his site, we'll have to ask him to agree to mitigate that. Now, what the mitigation would be, we'll have to figure that out at the time. It could be anything from reconfiguring his parking during loading times so that all the cars can stack, or signage, or hiring school resource officers, or even asking the police to come out there and enforce. So there's any number of the solutions we'll have to see once we did the analysis. But again, I would suggest the earliest time you'd want to do that is midway through his first semester, once traffic is normalized. And then you could also say midway through each semester for the first 2 years, for instance, you'll have to do some type of analysis. It's not very complicated. It's not very expensive. So that way we can almost monitor that program until the school's up and running for a good long time to get it to work.
And just a question to Mr. White. If we wanted to take this direction, would it have to be done now or during another of the items that come before us?
We would need to do it now. If you're gonna impose this, there's two resolutions that are before you. The first is a special exception. Second is the site plan. The conditions related to the site plan are listed in the resolution. So if this is a condition that you want to impose upon the applicant, we would add it to the conditions in the resolution now. Because once you're done here, you're done.
Mm-hmm. And this will not be the first time that we've done this. We've actually done it with another of the schools, correct? Was it with
I believe we suggested that the
Keys Gator
school near the ball field do this early on.
Mm-hmm. So with that, I'll just hold for a second and just open it up to the council.
Let me get the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to actually make the last statement that Councilman Maldonado said, and that was, I think we've done this twice before. I know we put the same type of condition on Keys Gate Charter School when they opened. I don't know if it was the having to come back and do the assessment during the middle of the school year, but what we said was, I think, is that if traffic became a problem as a result of the traffic of the school, that the school would then have to mitigate those issues, which I'm fine with, because again, if it becomes a problem for the neighborhood, then the person causing the problem should be the one that fixes it. So I have no issues with that, but I want to say we did that with Keys Gate Charter, and I think maybe with one or two other schools even that came through for approval.
Remember, at least the one.
Yeah, I know it was Keys Gate for sure. I want to say there might have been one more that we also had that same condition in. Was it maybe Everglades Prep or one of the other ones?
We brought it for Everglades, but they had enough space.
Yeah, but they were fine. So it was one of those cases where it doesn't affect them right away, but if it ever does affect the community, we have the ability as a city to come back and make sure the problem gets solved. So I'm okay with that concept.
Mr.
Mayor,
Bruins.
if the condition is going to be that if it becomes a problem, then it falls on us, I have absolutely no problem. Because if it becomes a problem, I guarantee you that we're going to be taking care of it before it becomes a problem. I can assure you of that, because that's how we operate. That's fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, if there's a problem in the community already, how do you segregate that out of him?
Well, we don't, because when we look at concurrency, which we're being asked to measure for traffic, we're trying to assess the applicant's contribution to the problem. So when we see that a roadway's got a certain amount of utilization, and he's contributing an insignificant amount of that. So, for instance, it may have crossed the level of service threshold, and the applicant adds a handful of trips. It's not significant. The rules don't allow us to go back and ask him to mitigate for that. Typically, if he adds almost 10%, or he increases it from a passing level of service to a failing level of service, then you are allowed to go back and ask the applicants to mitigate that. But in regards to schools, the concurrency also does not apply to schools. So they're allowed to develop, and your municipality's got to deal with their issues. In this case, his contribution to the existing traffic flow was not significant, so he didn't trip any of those thresholds. So what I would suggest, as Councilmember Waldman suggested, was that you look at almost an area-wide traffic management plan. And, you know, if it's a school issue, you will mark out a study area, we'll go in there, we'll look at traffic flow, figure out who's contributed to it, where it's from, and how to solve the problem. And it may be the case where we have to manage the pulsing in and out of traffic every morning due to the number of uses that are out there, what solutions there are. There are any number of things that we can do to fix it. We just have to understand what the problem is, you know, from the data and the analysis to come up with those answers. But there are anything from, one of the great things to do in these neighborhoods is enforcement, because what happens at schools is parents just start doing whatever they want, and the place goes crazy, and, you know, for that hour or half hour, it's insane. And by having a police presence, and it's costly, you got to go out there and enforcing it, you can mitigate a lot of those problems. School resource officers are a cheaper way to deal with it than police officers, or even PTA parents who go out there and actually help people get in and out of cars, but they all come at a cost. You got to get volunteers. So there are ways to help mitigate those problems through that area-wide analysis. We can figure that out. It would involve us, Public Works, and the police to get that taken care of.
Okay, can I get a motion to extend the meeting for another half an hour?
Make the motion to extend the meeting for another half an hour.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Williams, are you amenable to adding on Mr. Maldonado's
Well,
requirement?
I mean, by Robert Rules of Order, if it's, yeah.
You had a motion to extend. If you can just go ahead and vote on that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor of the motion to extend? Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's my understanding, according to the Robert Rules of Order, I'm no parliamentarian, but I kind of do. But if it's an amendment to the motion, then the motion belongs to the body now. He's more than welcome to add an amendment. We have to vote on it. If I'm incorrect, I stand to be corrected.
Right, that motion could be amended if accepted by the maker, and the seconder would add the condition that's been recited by Mr. Corradino.
That's what I just asked. Did he have a problem with the amendment, and then the vice mayor, and Mr. Burgess have a problem with it, and Baker in the second, and then we'll go forward.
Right, correct. Thank you.
So then I'd like to make the motion for the amendment. That would be the correct step then.
Right, in your
And the
amendment,
condition.
the condition language, if I can, to just reduce it to language to put into the resolution, would be the applicant shall be required to provide a site accumulation analysis within the mid-semester of the first semester to evaluate traffic, stacking, and neighborhood impacts. If impacts are determined, the applicant shall be required to mitigate such impacts to the satisfaction of the Development Services Director.
As stated?
How you stated it?
As stated.
As stated. Okay. You okay, Mr. Williams?
I'm ready to vote on the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Just quick. So that was an amendment, this is now an amended motion, or?
Let me clarify. He offered amendment to the motion.
Right.
We have to now take the amendment based on what you want.
Because
So it don't go back to us. There's no such thing as.
Right, then I have a question on the proposed amendment before we vote, and that is, what would be the cost factor for that, though? Because we haven't identified that there is necessarily a problem with this particular school. So by putting this burden, by saying they have to do the study now, to do this analysis, are we doing this in-house and bearing the cost, or are we requiring them to hire somebody and pay somebody?
Thank you. I would require the applicant to do the analysis, just like they did the analysis for their site.
And what does that typically cost? Is that a couple $1,000s?
We're not asking them to do a concurrency analysis, so they're really only looking at the stacking and really giving us the existing conditions at the time, a few $1,000s.
Okay, because my only concern is I'm okay with if we identify a problem in the community. If the neighbors start calling, if we drive by them and we see a clear issue, then go in and saying, okay, we need to do this study, we need to do this analysis, find out if it's your problem. If it's your problem, you need to fix it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But to just randomly say that, pick a date out of thin air and say you now have to go and do a study, even though we haven't identified that there's a problem yet. I mean, I don't know that I support that. So that's just there for debate. For me.
So on the amendment, is there a motion on the amendment?
Already a motion. I believe Mr. Mayor, I believe the motion was made and seconded to add this condition.
Okay.
You can now vote on the condition, and then you would subsequently vote on each resolution.
Okay, vote on the amendment. What's the vote on the amendment? Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, we did not have a second on that motion.
Steve Shelley.
Second.
Somebody said it, so we said it was seconded.
We got a second right now.
Second.
Gave you a second.
Okay,
All of us will say.
just roll call on the motion, on the amendment.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
No.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
No.
Mayor Porter?
No.
The motion carries.
Now we need on the motion, the original
All right,
motion.
now you'll be voting on the resolution as amended, which is the tab 8 first, and then after that you vote on tab 9.
Okay. So there was a motion on tab 8.
Right, my understanding...
This is the
that
site plan. We're talking about the site plan.
This condition was actually added on to tab 9 because it's more germane to the site plan. So that condition has been added to tab 9, and now you'll be voting on tab 8, and after that you'll vote on tab 9 as amended.
Okay, roll call. We have a motion, Madam Clerk. We have a motion for approval. Roll call on tab 8.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Now tab 9.
Now you can have a vote and a motion and a vote on tab 9 as amended.
Moving to
Second.
roll call.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 10.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, before we move on to tab 10, I would ask that the council take up tab 19 and tab 13, which is the rezoning for equality development and the amended covenant that corresponds to the Fluidra settlement agreement. I could introduce both of those items, read the titles. You could have the public hearing together and collectively have the public hearing and then vote on each one of those items.
That's fine. Tab 13.
Tab 13 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering the request of Equality Development, Inc. for a rezoning of an approximately .99 acre portion of a 4.1 acre parcel, from professional business restricted B1A zoning district to the restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district for property located at 16435 Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. First reading.
Questions from council? The public hearing. Anyone from the public would like to speak? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion from council?
Move it.
Is there a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Waldman? Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The
Tab
motion
19.
carries.
Yes. Tab 19 would be a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering the request by Equality Development, Inc. for modification and amendment to the covenant running with the land, recorded in Miami-Dade County Official Records, Book 12275, page 1582, for property located at 16435 Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, and providing for an effective date.
Questions from council? Public hearing. Any questions from the public? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 10 is a final order of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a certificate of use to allow the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of a convenience store located at 1528 Northeast 8th Street as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Anything from staff? Joe, no?
No, sir, we've evaluated this. We are recommending that you all approve it. We've looked at the certificate of use criteria. We believe that they have met the criteria in the code. It did fail at the Planning and Zoning Board in a 4-2 vote.
Questions from council?
Yes, exactly. What's the name of this convenience store?
This is called the P&E Market.
Supermarket. Give me a geographical location. I'm trying to, in my tired mind, figure out where this is.
This is 1528 Northeast 8th Street. Is the applicant here? The applicant's here.
Right across from where?
It's across the street from the Fluedra item.
Is it next to the apartments complexes? Yeah. 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 And they want to sell what?
Beer and wine.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from council? This is a public hearing. Open up the public hearing at this time. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. My name is Shoikat Mahuri, address 1528 Northeast 8th Street. And we open a small business. We rent a place. It's approximately 600 square feet, like 575 like that. It's a very small convenience store. And we open and we start selling regular product like soda, chips, milk, bread for the neighbor. And running a small convenience store is very essential to survive, to sell beer and wine, which is like all convenience store and gas station are selling. Without that, we are not surviving. Since I opened and without selling beer and alcohol, we are just paying rent from our pocket. And it's a very small strip, like a plaza. There's a parking space and a parking space. And neighborhood is across the street, the Sky Vista neighborhood, and behind is Phoenix apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
And other side is empty, big vacant lot. And next block, there is a Sky Vista shopping plaza. And all the way at the back is Diaz, like almost 3 blocks away from us. And this time, like all the neighbors, they are coming to our stores, buying the regular product like milk, bread, eggs, chips, all those things, and asking when they're going to come across the street or behind the buildings when you have the beer. And I say, beer depends on the city of Homestead. If they approved, currently we're selling lotto, we're selling cigarettes because we get the license from the state. We're selling everything except beer and wine. So I just apply to approve for beer and wine so we can sell, people can come, they buy, and they go.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
Yes. Is this the area in which a dance studio is within that same shopping plaza, sir?
Dance studio is like, if you go...
How many
Phoenix,
feet?
we have a map, like almost, I believe, is over 650 or 700 feet away from this actual plaza. Because the plaza ending, then the Phoenix entrance,
I got you.
then there is a vacant lot for the Phoenix, then the plaza starts.
Gotcha.
And the entrance is other side.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Ms. Waldman?
The police, Major Kennedy, I guess, how many times has the police been called on your facility?
Never.
Never, okay.
We never call police. Residents are very appreciative. Residents are very nice to us. And we, like all those things I can say, when we open a business, yes, there is a competition, definitely, for other. And without competition, you can succeed. And the second one, the neighbors has more opportunity to get more service and the price, because if you have one business in one neighborhood, so then they're going to start like whatever they want, especially on the price and the product.
I'm just concerned because what we do for one, we have to do for all. I mean, we can't, favor one store from another store. And, I'm just a little confused why planning and zoning turned it down.
Well, we recommended approval from
I know
the
you
Development
did.
Services perspective, and
Joe, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having a hard time hearing you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, I don't
I'm
believe...
trying to find it in the minutes, too.
I don't believe they liked the fact, the fact they were selling beer and wine.
Period. And I saw one lady came, and she just has an empty lot, correct? She doesn't even have a business there. She's
I think she leases to a business that, I think it also sells beer and wine. So she was there, but kind of complaining about the competition
So,
to her.
that doesn't make sense, that one business can sell it, and then the other business can't sell it, and the person that objects has a personal interest in that, and I just have always held strong to being fair, and being fair to everybody. So, and if they haven't had any police incidents, and do you agree with that, Major?
Yes, ma'am. The only call we show in the last 12-month period for that address was a traffic accident. I'm sure the actual business wasn't involved in causing the accident, so as far as criminal calls, there's none on record.
I'm concerned about our planning and zoning board, that they would turn down something just because because I can't find anything else, Joe. I'm looking and searching, and I can't find
No,
anything.
ma'am, there's nothing in the record that gives a reason for it.
And I don't go for that. So anyway, thank you very much. I have no questions.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, sir. It's a public hearing, so anybody who'd like to speak, I think Mr. Taylor is coming up.
Taylor, 1480 Northeast 10th Street. The reason why I'm the vice chair of the Planning and Zoning Board, the reason why I voted against it, it's going to be right across the street, from Family Dollar. A block up the street, one block, is whatever his name is, where you put those signs at. Diaz. 100 feet across the gate of Phoenix, and next door to that where the warehouses are, there is a place in there that is a quick stop that sells beer and wine and everything there. Across the street from the beer and wine there, in that Chinese parking lot, they sell everything. When the traffic leaves that stop sign, I don't know if anybody ever seen it. The traffic leaves that stop sign down there at, what is that, Farm Life? See that traffic to get to US 1 and see how fast they go.
Yes, please. You have.
I'm not saying that you're not going to have traffic.
No, I'm not.
Because you have traffic anyway.
Yeah, we're going to have traffic.
I can't discriminate against one person because of a.
But how many beer and wine do we need in approximately 300
He's
feet?
entitled to it, though, Mike, according to what
No, I'm just asking.
getting from our developmental services. How can you discriminate?
No. I'm just asking, how much does he need?
How many grocery stores sell beer and wine? I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that we have to be fair across the board.
I'm not saying that we don't have to be fair, but I mean, in other words, if he got to come and ask, that means, we have some kind of jurisdiction over it. I mean,
Well, he came and asked because he was required, am I correct, to come and ask? And that's what the job of the Planning and Zoning Board is. They go before you first, and then they come through our staff to the council.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
We have code criteria that asks us to measure each certificate of use against a variety of different issues. We did that. We found that they were compliant with each of them and that there was no reason to deny
I mean,
them.
trust me, there's a shopping center where I live that I'd give anything if they didn't have a beer and wine license. But are they entitled to one? Yes. So, I
But
mean.
I'm not saying, all I'm saying is, Judy, how many do we need in one area?
I
One
agree.
300 area?
But
300
people's
feet
allowed to
area.
open the business. So, and it's not anything between you and I.
No,
Mark.
it's,
You
it's,
know that.
it's,
You know, it's nothing
just that, I
personal.
mean, if you try to come out of that neighborhood any given day, and you try to get beer and wine, and the people coming across the street, sleeping in the avocado grove that we're gonna approve, I mean, you know, then it's a nice sight to see when we come out.
And that's why we have to protect our police department and make sure we have plenty of officers, because we have that in every community. Every community.
Joe, let me ask a question. There is no right to have beer and wine. It's all predicated on council approval, right? Correct or incorrect?
No, it's all approved by the council. It's called a certificate of use, and we measure it against 6 different criteria. So each one that comes in needs to go through the certificate of use measurement. We make a recommendation. We evaluate it to whether it generates excessive noise or traffic, whether it tends to create a fire hazard, whether it provokes overcrowding or concentration of people, whether it's endangering the health, safety, or welfare, whether it's compatible with the adjoining neighborhood, or whether it complies with all zoning. If it meets all of those criteria, then we recommend approval.
Right. So in essence, it meets all that criteria, but it's still subject to the political will of
Still subject to
Planning and Zoning
the
Board.
advisory board, planning and zoning,
Right.
and then your final decision, and you're perfectly within your rights to approve or deny it as you read the criteria. We make a recommendation, you make a decision.
So I guess what I'm saying, it's really just, it's the decision of this board
Yes,
at this
sir.
particular point in
Yes,
time.
yes.
Your recommendation is they fit all the criteria that is required for your
Correct.
checklist.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just to add to that, you should only deny it if you find that they do not meet one or more of the criteria.
And that's the point, that was what I was just trying to say, so. It's a public hearing, we've had public discussion, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion from council?
I'll make that motion.
Yes, to approve?
Yes.
Moved and seconded. Any final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? No. Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Vice Mayor Shelley?
No.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 11?
Yes, tab 11 is a final order of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a certificate of use to allow the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of a convenience store located at 57 Southwest 8th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Everything we just talked about is the same exact scenario of this?
Exactly the same, except we had 5 traffic instances on this, 5 police calls over the last year, 1 assault, 1 burglary, hitting traffic.
Okay.
Same.
Questions from council on tab 11?
Yeah, let me have the geographical area located for this. This is this is on Lucy Street.
Southwest 8th Street, yes, sir, on Lucy Street.
And they have enough liquor there, I know that.
Any other questions?
Because I'm serious, I've had incidents on that area where I had to call the captain on patrol because they had open containers in that area under the tree. Now, and on that street, I know this area very well, there is problems, it is problematic with persons that have open containers. And I'm very concerned about this location. So all that we just talked about, I still have concern about this area which is located in a residential area of the city. And it has become problematic. Not yet.
Any other questions from council?
Question.
Ms. Wilson?
How many, did you say how many police, and what were the actual reasons that the police were called?
Yeah, we had 5 for this address. We had,
And what about a time?
in a year,
In a year, okay.
correct. We had an assault, we had a burglary, we had traffic, we had narcotics, we had a hit and run.
Okay, so Major Kennedy, what do you think contributed to those 5 calls? Because I don't see, if there's a problem, then it shouldn't meet our criteria.
Out of the 5, realistically, the problematic ones I look at are obviously the burglary, the assault, and the narcotics charge. The burglary, obviously, the business itself was a victim of a burglary there.
Right.
The narcotics and the assault occurred on that property. Those would be the 2 that I would really look at as being the problem. But again, you're looking at a 1-year period of time for those 2 calls.
That's right.
And do they meet the criteria, Joe?
Each of the criteria.
So each of the criteria he meets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Burgess?
Mayor, if I could just, I was contacted by another business owner over that way that was concerned about having this business come have the availability of beer and wine on their premises.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing at this time. You're the applicant, mister? Come to the podium, please, sir. Name and address for the record.
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Mayor. It's necessary to extend the meeting again.
Enough. I had enough. That's it.
Is there a motion to extend for another half hour? Is there a second? All in favor? 1 nay? Okay, motion carries. Mr. Goodwin?
Good evening. My name is David Goodwin, Sr., not to be confused with that kid that's taller than I am. I have 2 addresses. One is 829 Southwest 7th Street, Homestead. The other one is 117 Northwest Lucy Street, Florida City. This is right across the street from this proposed request. I think the first thing for me to do is to submit signatures from people in the neighborhood that are not going along with this at all. I don't know who to give this to. There's 76 signatures there.
In opposition to the beer and wine?
That's correct.
Okay.
To use an old axiom, enough is enough. Enough is enough. If you have 2 places selling beer and wine, one on one corner, go to the next block, another corner, the last thing you need to do is to have 2 places right next door to each other. Now, I'm into business. Been into business ever since I was 5 years old. That's when I started working. And I believe in business. But there's also something else that gets in the middle of all of this. And anytime you have people that are selling liquor, you have a congregation of people. Now, if this is in a very commercial area, who cares? But if it's in a residential area, it's totally a different thing. Not only do you get a congregation of human beings, you get a congregation of trash and garbage. And put it to you in another way, one of my morning exercises is to go for my morning walk at 6:30 in the morning. And I pick up cans. Well, you can imagine. In that neighborhood, there's a lot of beer cans, okay, and trash. And I'm not picking up nobody's trash. I think the bottom line on this is that we really have to go back to that axiom. Enough is enough. And it's not doing anything good for the neighborhood. My goodness, Le Jardin is right across the street. Le Jardin is right across the street. And now you got 76 people that live in the neighborhood that say no. And I know out of those 76 people, I know at least a couple of them, I know they drink. I can tell by the signature, I know who they are. So all I'm saying is, in spite of the fact that this has been met with and this falls within the parameters of that, we need to look at a reality. And the reality is we don't need a third place selling liquor. We don't need any more trash. We don't need any more people hanging out till 1 o'clock in the morning. We don't need any more crime. And this is personal. All this is just from the side, me looking across the street. But this is personal. About 4 or 5 weeks ago, the other side of my duplex where I live was broken into. They broke the lock, entered in, and stole my stuff, my tools and equipment. When I went out there at 6 o'clock in the morning, lo and behold, people that are associated with that store are standing across the street, looking with my doors open and looking at me. Would have taken nothing to call the police. Wouldn't have taken anything to go call me. I mean, more people know me than I know them. And that's not just because I'm old. But that's the way it is. I've been here for 30 years, 32 years, something like that. So the thing is this, is that the reality of the situation is enough is enough. We don't need any more. Need less. And most certainly don't need it around kids you're trying to educate, because education is extremely important. And I'm sure glad that there's a couple of people around here who are beginning to understand the importance of education, because generally here in the United States, it's over our heads. We don't get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the signatures. That's very helpful. Appreciate that. Any final comments from public hearing? I'll close the public hearing. Comments from council?
Yes, I just want to reiterate that Lucin Street is changing. We're trying to attract more job creation within the Southwest area. And just like I voted no on I'm fair. I voted no on tab 10. I'm voting no on tab 11. I would not like this in my district, in my area, especially when we're trying to clean up what over the course of years have been a deplorable area. And this does not enhance or add in its inception of the morality, the quality of life that we're looking to change within the area. And I would strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this issue. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wallman, go ahead.
How many years have they been in this store? Do you know? Oh, the owner?
Yeah.
Oh, there you
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Your name and
Vice
address?
Mayor and Councilman.
Your name and address?
My name is Muhammad Abu Tahar, and address 57 Southwest 80th Street. My location, my home address is 13202. Southwest 38th Street, Miami, Florida.
How long, Ms. Wismore, I want to ask, how long have you been in business in this location?
I'm on this business on location last year, December 6th to until today, and I'm the one the land. I bought the land and business on this one. I'm the landholder and the business owner right now.
What year did you say? December.
December 6th. Last year, December 6th, I bought a business and building location.
So, so you bought that and you have not had you haven't been selling beer or wine?
No, I don't have a license. Before.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm just asking.
Yeah, before owner, they don't have a license. We selling.
Well, sometimes that doesn't matter to people. So
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
I take the cigarette license and all other license. I have some, grocery, everything except beer and wine. That's why we are in the small business. That's why anywhere people go, any place they ask for beer and wine. And that's why like a Mr. I don't know what his name. He is the cross state. Whatever he make right now he talk about this one, and he don't know these people. I don't know. He get the no signature with nobody. In this house now, I saw that my side, others of my side of the business, he is there. He bring these people to speak something like that, because he have a beer and wine, and why I'm getting a beer and wine again.
So you're saying that the gentleman that was here before you has a business right across the street from you?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
he don't have a business. He is across the street. He don't have a light at home. He don't have nothing at home. And he said somebody broke the house. That means his house already garbage. Is like a 5 car standing there. And if you check the police station, last 4 months in the sport, I saw that he have a 4 car in the street. People giving police department, they put the sign over there, move this one like a 5 to 6 times.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to continue on with my questioning of what's his name over here? Just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
We're never going to let you live.
Thank you very much.
I realize that this is it's serious. It's very, very serious. But again, I have to go back to the fact that, we are policymakers. We have rules. Our city attorney just said that if it fits, we're supposed to work within the guidelines. Now, my question to you, Joe, is, I don't think there's anything. I can't change the way I feel as far as the rules. But in the future, could we change that criteria? Because, if there are X amount of police incidences is it possible as a policymaker to change that criteria?
Yes, you're in charge of the criteria, and if you decide you want to modify them in any way, the city council can do that. Then we'll measure it the way you want to modify it.
So, in my opinion, I know how I have to vote, but we could change the criteria for future occupants.
Yes, ma'am.
And applicants.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I certainly would encourage the mayor to use that initiative to go back and look at that criteria, because I feel very torn right now.
Well, Mr. Wolpen, based on 77 signatures from the community in opposition to something being there, and this is a policy board, this would necessarily be a reason for us to represent the community.
It would only be so if the people address the objective factors. In other words, the criteria is carefully spelled out in the staff report. If people submitted information addressing the 7 or so criteria that are spelled out, then you would be able to consider that. But the zoning, a decision such as this to approve the certificate of use cannot be made on the basis of a popularity contest. It has to be made upon the basis of the criteria that is applied by the code.
Well, and we've rejected other beer and wine licenses for various other reasons. Location in the community was one of them, and the most recent one that was out west on 9th Avenue that clearly was in an industrial area, but right next to a residence. So I think, you know, obviously there is some discretion that this board, this body can do, and if there's a legal question.
I would just add to what Mr. Wilpin alluded to. That denial that you all denied a few months ago for Mutton Management Quick Mart, you're currently in litigation. You were sued on that, and we're currently defending that litigation, your decision on that. So.
Well, you can't change it on this tonight, then.
No, but I just wanted to.
May I ask you a question?
Go
Or
right
not
ahead.
ask you, but
Go right ahead.
I was just going over these addresses. Half of them, we don't even know if they're Homestead or Florida City, and a good portion of them are Florida City and outside of the city of Homestead. So I'll hand it to the attorney.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you so very much, man. I appreciate you all indulging this conversation to continue. But on the contrary, and I highly respect my colleague Extine, but at some point in time, this, and I'm not saying that, I'm talking about the change in the neighborhood, and whatever the criteria are that we have in the past have used. I'm looking for it now. I don't see it, Mr. Attorney. Where is it located?
Excuse me, the criteria is in tab 11. It's shown in a part of the memorandum to mayor and members from Joe Corradino. Page 2 of that sets forth the 6 criteria. And it lists each criteria, and then it shows how the staff applied that criteria.
On page what? Page what?
It's tab 11, and
Yeah.
it would be the 1, 2, 3, 4th page.
Oh, these 6.
4th page in, right. Those are the 6 criteria that come right out of the city code.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
It is from my personal understanding and view of what what I have seen, not anything I've heard. I've witnessed persons coming out of particular stores on Lucy Street, open containers, drinking right there, and not a single thing being done, not from the property owner that has sold them the the closed container, or anything. It is a endangerment to my community, and I'm not going. There are certain things that I stand on your convictions with as it relates to what you like to see change in your own community, and I stand on the conviction of that enough is enough as persons of, and no, you're right, you're absolutely right, Councilwoman Wallman. Not all of those signatures are from Homestead. Some are from Florida City. You're absolutely right for transparency. But at the same time, Lucy Street is the dividing line between Florida City, and we know just as much as what spills over in Florida City can come over in Homestead. And what I'm saying is that unequivocally, I do not support this particular license going on this particular street during this particular time in the culture in which we live. I think it's the persons have spoken through whatever the signatures they have gotten, but at some point in time, as I looked at the litigation that James brought up, hell, we've been sued for crazy stuff. This just, you know, that doesn't scare me off because at some point, and I think Councilman Wallman, you've used this as the illustration, that at some point we have to have people to understand that we have to take a stand for something, or we fall for anything. And tonight, I think we ought to take a stand at this greater cause and not allow this to proliferate. And we can pontificate all we want, but it still should be no, based on just of the community of the environment that the Southwest is already in this condition.
Mayor, may I answer?
Ms. Waldman?
I just had a brief conversation with the city attorney, and based on the police incidents that have been recorded, that we know that have happened there, I would suggest that we table this until we can go back and look at the criteria and see if we want to make a policy decision, only because there were 5 police calls, correct? Correct? That's correct. And there weren't any police calls on the other one. But I mean, we have to start somewhere, and the somewhere is where you need to change policy. And if the policy needs to be changed, we're the only ones that can do that.
Joe, how long would it take to bring something to the council that's
To create new criteria?
yes?
Give us a month or so. We'll have to think about it and look at other communities and their criteria and see if something's more appropriate. Probably should go through planning and zoning.
I will just say that there's a whole body of statutory state law that controls alcohol beverage permits and license, and you're preempted to some extent on how far you can go with respect to your regulations concerning beer and wine and alcohol. So there's only so much room that we have with respect to criteria. We can certainly look at that, but at some point you're going to be preempted as to how far you can go. However, you could look at other types of zoning regulations for different aspects or different uses. Without getting to the alcohol, if convenience stores are really a problem in certain areas, and that type of use, because it has a negative secondary effect, we can certainly look at criteria related to maybe those convenience stores or those types of commercial retail in certain zoning districts as being a special exception. And maybe that might be a more appropriate response and appropriate look at certain aspects. I mean, there's a couple of ways we can go, but I think it's going to take you longer than a month to maybe bring something back. I think you might want to have an open workshop or discussion on it.
Ms. Waldman, did you make a motion?
No, I was just making a suggestion, that we talk about it. I mean, it's a very conflicting, and you do own the property, sir, and you took title to that property, correct? You or LLC, or how do you own that property?
I'm sorry. What are you asking me?
You purchased the property.
Yeah.
And you took title to the property personally, or through an LLC, or through a corporation, or?
Corporation.
Corporation, okay,
Yeah.
but you own it personally. I'm just indulge me for 1 second. I mean, I believe the crux here is to change the policy, whether it be in the zoning, whether it be in the criteria. But I mean, it's a very difficult thing, and I don't envy any of us today.
Is this the
Can
one
call
that
a
had,
question,
is
please?
this the one that sold beer and wine prior to, and when the property transferred to a different owner, it didn't go with?
No, I don't believe this ever
Okay.
sold beer.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting them confused. Vice Mayor?
My other question was, though, I mean, we can't, he's in the pipeline at this point, he's applied, so even if we table, I mean, that's my question, if we table this and we change the policy or the criteria, which I don't disagree with having that discussion, I mean, we're not going to be able to apply that criteria to this particular applicant, are we?
Yeah.
No, when Councilwoman Waldman was asking me about the police incidents and tabling, my understanding was the idea would be to table it so the police department could look specifically into the incidents that occurred to see if they related to any of the criteria that exist in the code now.
Okay, so we're evaluating more stringently these particular incidences to see if they were directly related to the particular application of this particular store, and then coming back and making the decision on the same
That's correct.
criteria that's in place.
That's exactly right.
Okay, because that was why I was confused, because if we make a policy change, it's not going to affect this applicant.
Right.
So I'm okay with that too, so whatever anyone decides to do. I mean, I know my position on this one, so.
And that was the basis of Councilwoman Waldman's motion to table, but I didn't hear a second yet.
Well, I asked if that was the motion, and
I'll second her motion.
okay, there's a motion.
No
and a second.
discussion on a motion to table, so you all can vote on that.
Okay, so
Be remanded to the police department during the course of the table.
a motion and a second. Roll call on the motion to table. Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
No.
Motion
table.
Motion was to table it pending, well, state the
Say it
motion.
again, David.
To table so that the police department could further review those incidents that occurred and see if those incidents relate to the criteria that are in the code.
Can we ask for a table to a date certain so we don't have to go through the re-advertising?
Could be tabled to a date certain of the council meeting next month, whatever that date would be, Madam City Clerk.
September 23rd. September 23rd.
September 23rd.
At 6?
September 23rd, 2014, 6 p.m. is the motion to table.
And the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
No.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, we'll go to tab 12.
Yes, tab 12 is a first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning of 33 parcels totaling approximately 11.59 acres from the multiple apartment R3 zoning district, restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district, retail commercial B2 zoning district, liberal business B3 zoning district, and general use G zoning district to the government property GP zoning district for properties generally located west of South Flagler Avenue along the busway, north of East Maury Drive, east of Northwest 2nd Avenue, and south of Northeast 4th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Mr. Manager, is this for the police station?
This is for all of the initiatives that we're doing downtown. We're taking all the city-owned property, we're rezoning. The government gives us the maximum flexibility to do all the city initiatives. You'll see through the graphic that we have in here that these guys are spread throughout the downtown. You'll see in the next couple ones that we're doing very much related to this, that we're going through re-land using of those to make sure that they're all consistent with one another, so yes.
Any questions from council? Motion by Mr. Williams, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 14.
Mayor, item 14, legislative matter, second reading, final reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending a provision of the General Employees Retirement Plan at Section 22.5, 127 of the City Code, amount of retirement income to clarify the amount of retirement income that vested, retired, or terminated former employees are eligible to receive, providing for severability, repealing all conflicting ordinances, and providing a retroactive effective date. This is the ordinance final reading that addresses the scrivener's error described in the document. Thank you.
Questions from council? The public hearing, I'll open up the public hearing at this time. See none, I'll close the public hearing. Moved, is there a second? Second by Mr. Maldonado. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess? Maldonado? Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 15.
Thank you, Mayor. Tab 15, second reading of an ordinance an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the firefighters' retirement system at Article 5 of Chapter 22.5 Retirement Plans of the City Code by amending Section 22.5252 Definitions, 22.5255 Finances and Fund Management, Establishment Operation of Fund, 22.5-256 Contributions, 22.5260 Vesting, 22.5261 Optional Forms and Benefits, 22.5269 Repeal or Termination of System, Transfer to another state retirement system, and Section 22.5274 Direct Rollovers of Plan Distributions to comply with the Internal Revenue Code and state law, providing for inclusion in code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Final reading of the proposed ordinance on the firefighters' retirement system.
Questions from council?
Comment if I could.
Mr. Burgess?
I had a call from a gentleman that's in this plan, and I just...
Walter Bryant.
Yes. No, I wasn't going to name them out. But just to assure anybody else that had questions, this does not affect your payment at all. It is just strictly to comply with some IRS standards that have been set in to law and that we need to be brought up to date on. Thank you.
Okay,
Move it.
This is a public hearing. Open up the public hearing. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Moved by Mr. Williams, second by Mr. Burgess. Final comments. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 16.
Tab 16,
Excuse me for interrupting for a second. Is this necessary to do a further extension?
15 minutes.
15. Make a motion, somebody.
I move we do 10 minutes. Come on.
Is there a second for 10 minutes?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 10 minutes. Motion carried. 1 nay.
Tab 16, first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting a small-scale future land use map amendment to the comprehensive plan by changing the land use designation of 25 parcels totaling approximately 4.5 acres from low-density residential use, LRU, medium-density residential use, MRU, and light commercial use, LCU, to the downtown mixed-use, DMU, for properties generally located west of North Chrome Avenue, north of West Maury Drive, east of Northwest 2nd Avenue, and south of Northwest 2nd Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
This is a downtown, this is the same scenario.
Move it, Mayor.
Open up the public hearing. So this is a public hearing. Close the public hearing. Moved by Ms. Wallman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Fairclough. Final comments. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 17.
Tab 17 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3, District Regulations, Division 23, Planned Urban Neighborhood District, Section 30-396.62 sub-areas of the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood, provide for parking garages as a special exception use within the downtown mixed-use sub-area, amending Article 7, Supplemental District Regulations, Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 8, Special Exceptions, provide for parking garages as a special exception use within the downtown mixed-use sub-area of the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood Zoning District, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Same as previous, Manager. This is a public hearing. Open up the public hearing. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 20.
Tab 20, Mr. Mayor. Tab 20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting proposal and approving work authorization for work associated with professional services for a new police station project between the city and Rodriguez and Quiroga Architects Chartered pursuant to continuing contract awarded under RFQ 2013-07, providing for an effective date.
Questions from council?
Yeah, where are the people, where are the persons located? And where are they located?
Here in the audience, Raul will come up.
Where, I know, but just answer the question, where's their office?
You're in Coral Gables.
Okay, you're the original architect for the city hall.
Yes, sir.
And now you're getting the contract for the,
Let me state my name for the record.
wait, let me
Raul
finish,
Rodriguez.
let me finish. This is the contract for the police station?
Yes.
And it's for architect services?
Yes.
Go ahead and put your name on the record.
My name is Raul Rodriguez. I'm at 2100 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables.
Mr. Manager, this is not just the architectural drawing, this is management through the entire program.
That's correct.
So it's just,
Full basic services, architectural basic services.
okay. This is a public
My
hearing.
problem is, I'll wait till you finish.
This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public would like to speak? I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Williams?
Yeah, thank you. My problem is, with this, is that, and it's no reflection on Mr. Rodriguez, but, I'm sorry, what is it? Did I mispronounce it? Yeah. Is that, how, when the bid went out, how was the selection chosen?
So,
What was the,
it was professional services.
so
there
there's no
was-
bid?
There's no bid. The Public Works Director met with staff and asked questions of the applicants. The Public Works Director made a recommendation to me, and I'm recommending this firm based on his recommendation and based on the fact-finding that they did with, after meeting with several firms.
So this is perhaps also for the other major projects that we have as well? Will there be any other firms looked at beyond this one?
For the police station?
Any other projects that we have coming up?
No, each project has different
Scopes of
criteria.
services, right?
Right, and criteria we look for. In this particular case, we look for people who had expertise with police stations and also just general experience. And of course, we've dealt with this particular firm on the City Hall, so we felt it would be good continuity.
And how much, this is $1.6 million, his firm will overlook a $3 million project for the police station? Is that included within
No,
the $3 million?
this is the $18 million.
The $18 million.
Yeah.
So is this taken out of the 18 million?
Energy.
So
Yes,
this
this
is not in
comes out of the
addition
18
to the 18 million?
No, this is part of the amount from the 18
And
million.
is this the lowest bid person that came in for this?
For professional services, there are
No
no
bids, but once the other persons, is he the lowest?
You do not compare for professional
understand that,
services
but
based. No, but you don't get other amounts until you get it from the person that you're choosing. But per state law, you only get it from the proposer that you're choosing.
That's the funny thing about the state law and professional services. You're not allowed to use price as a criteria.
Right, under state law, we're not allowed to require continuing contract holders who have been selected with the RFQ process. We're not allowed to make them bid against each other.
Okay, I see this as being problematic. I think that's a large amount to be picking with no kind of competitive process, but it's out of our hands according to the law. I don't think it's, do we have any, going forward, how do we recapture or have an idea of to decide upon beyond the recommendation of $1.6 million, council, that has chosen with no competitiveness at all, but off of a recommendation based on a director, which I have no problem with, I'm not questioning it, but I think that's a large amount of money. That's on my personal opinion, to be at the discretion of an individual recommendation. That's all I'm asking. or making a statement.
Any other comments from council or questions from council? I did close the public hearing, didn't I? Okay, so is there a motion? Is there a second? Any final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
You say final comments? Yeah, my final comment is this, is that in this $1.6 million that is chosen, we give the manager a $10,000 threshold before a contract has to come to us for approval. How is it perhaps that carte blanche, we can, I just don't see it. Maybe the attorneys could help me with it. But going forward, how do we be more involved within these parameters beyond just this one recommendation?
The council has previously approved this firm as one of the continuing contract holders for architect and engineering services, and that was a competitive qualification process.
And how long ago was that?
It would have been in 2013 that was done, and the council has to have and should have confidence that management is.
I do have confidence. I'm just talking about the dollar amount.
Oh,
value.
dollar amount.
I'm not questioning.
If I can address that, the management has determined that this is a reasonable fee based on the size of the project. It is an $18 million project. So management, Public Works, et cetera, has determined this is a reasonable fee for architect services.
And if I could, Anna can elaborate a little bit on the going rate for architectural services for this type of project. Anna, do you want to
Yes,
explain?
one of the criteria that the Public Works Director and the department looked at was what was the going rate, and this is within those limits. A 10% is not outside the limits of a project of this magnitude, and it includes, like he said, the basic architectural services, which takes you through not only the design, but the permitting, the bidding, and the contractual administration.
That's fine.
Once a project is ongoing.
Yeah, one thing I want to remind everyone of is when you were all deciding whether to do the City Hall project as is, because we had 100% construction drawings, or whether we should go back to the drawing board, one of the discussions we had was there was $1 million worth of plans on the table. So it is very expensive. I know it's just part of the cost of building buildings, fortunately or unfortunately, but, you know, architects feel they're worth it, and other people look at the price tag and say, wow, that's a lot of money, and unfortunately, that's the going rate at this time.
Anything else? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilwoman Woolman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 21.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, for tab 21, you just need another brief extension of the meeting.
Move it.
For how long?
An hour.
Okay. Second for an hour. Is there a second for an hour?
No.
Give me a number.
10.
Somebody make a motion. 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
15, motion for 15.
15 minutes. Is there a second for 15 minutes? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? One nay.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting proposal and approving work authorization for work associated with professional services for the renovation of the Seminole Theater project between the city and Kimley Horn and Associates, KHA, pursuant to continuing contract awarded under RFQ 2013-07, providing for an effective date.
Questions from council?
Once again, this is how much? 600,000?
Yes. Again, on a $5 million project.
500 and
On a $5 million project.
$98,775.
So you can kind of start seeing the range, you know, depending on the dollar amount of the project is how it's calculated, and where the state law came in and they decided that you can't really talk cost with these professional services and use cost as the criteria. I'm sure there was some rationale for it, but we just followed
And what's the rationale?
Well, I think what their intent, the intent of the state law was when you select.
No, I'm talking about choosing this applicant.
Yes. Originally, when we were looking at the bond referendum and we were looking at estimations of what it would take to complete the theater, we used Kimley Horn originally to help us with those estimations. So they're familiar with the project and the timeline and the costs that we have to work under. Their subconsultants are experts in the field of theater. If you look at the proposal, you'll see that unlike standard building design, you have to have a bunch of different consultants that are experts in the field. So you have historic preservation, visual consultant, theater consultant, all the different things that you need to make a performance space work.
But
So-
what bothers me with this particular contract is that here there were private fundraisers to raise money to finish this building at some point in time. Never in my looking at any other files did I see a bill for engineering and architect service over $600,000 to complete this particular building. And so this is also coming out from the $5 million bond. That's included within that framework as well.
So when estimates are given on any of the projects, it's the hard costs and the soft costs. And again, you need the professionals to do the work. It's just part of the construction process.
Jesus. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? This is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bowman, Councilman Burgess, Councilman Maldonado, Councilman Williams,
No.
Councilwoman Fairclough,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley,
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Business from the manager?
None, Mayor.
Anything from the attorney?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all.
Reports from mayor and council. Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Mayor, and please forgive me. Obviously, we are all exhausted, so. Have we had a policy change? The question is, have we had policy change in our campaign signs and how we handle them in the city?
Not that I'm aware of.
We have not had any sign code changes in quite a while.
Our criteria for signs that are the signs are 6 feet or 8?
4 by 8,
4 by 8.
6 feet tall, I think.
And so the ones that are out throughout the city don't seem to fall under that. And so, and then they're kind of just posted everywhere.
We can,
Major, are you aware of any complaints that are out there or citations issued? Because if not, we can go out there in the morning. Crystal is here.
Hey, Crystal just happened to be hanging out here today. Experience. The judges, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, there have been several candidates that have been cited currently for political sign violations, whether they have not pulled the bond yet. There are several that have. But as far as the size requirements for commercial and residential, there has been no change, and there has been quite a few candidates that have been cited and advised to remove them.
Okay, so they're basically falling within a time frame that you guys move on that?
Yes, normally they're cited first with a courtesy and then a notice of violation. They have not gone beyond those parameters of time for compliance yet.
How do we usually, what do I feel like when it's ours, it's like, move right away, and then for some reason here, it's like, you know.
The same time frames are given.
That's because you're a lot more under pressure at that time.
Okay.
Every day counts.
All right. Thank you, Crystal.
No problem.
Yes. I have noticed lately, and a lot more, is that through where the Marriott is and Was it Hampton Inn? I've seen a lot of folks that are here visiting, and they're constantly walking across the street, and I'm seeing them kind of walk over to the restaurants, and I see them that they have to walk around sometimes on the streets. My concern. So, do we have any plans to add sidewalks in that vicinity so that those that are visiting can walk over to those areas?
We can look into that and get back to you by the next meeting.
Yeah, for some reason, I just see them always either walking on the grass and I've seen them coming around. So I'm seeing it. So
We'll check into that for you.
okay, yeah, because and I think it would be easier if it was on the side where the hotels are, whether to be walking over. So maybe the question should be, or should we look into, are there sidewalks on the side from the hotel over to the restaurants? And I think that would probably be a good idea for us to look into that. And the last item was that I had asked Mr. Brea and Mr. Manager a couple weeks ago in regards to some lights over on 12th Avenue, over across Seagrape Village, right behind Harris Field. Apparently there's trees that cover all the lights that are there. I haven't heard back from Mr. Brea, and I don't see him here today. So can we follow up with that?
Yes.
Process, Mr. Manager, and just find out where we are, because from my understanding, that it's still the same. And it could be that the lights are the owner of the property and they have to maintain it, but at least if we can have an answer, that's
And
help
I'll try
out.
to get you an answer for tomorrow. We'll email
Thank you.
CC the council.
That's all for me.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, let me thank my colleague last week during our backpack giveaway in the Southwest. We probably serviced about maybe 800 people that came out to the backpack giveaway and the prayer vigil. I want to thank my colleague for Patricia Fairclough for lending her support to that event by coming out for the prayer vigil. It was a sober moment, but we ended up serving quite a number of residents within that area. Then the other comment that we made earlier dealing with charter schools, perhaps at the next COW meeting we can have that on as a discussion item, if my colleagues would be amenable to that on the next COW agenda, to have a discussion about the charter schools, if we can do that. Then on Maury Drive, sidewalks, remind me, is Maury a state road or is it a county road? Or do the city has any jurisdiction over that?
It's a county road.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it to put sidewalks then? Because there's sidewalks that comes all the way up to, I think, where Roby George Park, on the back part of Roby George Pool comes, but then there's no sidewalks from that point. Who do we?
That would be the county, and we can refer that request to them.
Because it's only maybe 50 feet. So I don't know. So you're saying you're going to make that request, or is that something that we have to, does the general legislative body give direction?
If you're all comfortable with that, we could draft a letter from the governing body and send it over to the county if that's the will of the council.
Okay.
You all comfortable with that?
All right, thank you so
Okay,
much.
so-
I'm on the same, I've mentioned it several times. I had several conversations with Julio about these potholes in the area that we have jurisdiction over, and they're not getting done. I don't know what else to do. I've called, I've talked with George, I've sent pictures. I'm not getting the response that I think that I should be getting as it relates to some road conditions within my district. What do I need to do? Do I need
If
to?
you allow us to give you an update tomorrow of the latest list that we've been doing, it's a continuous process. I think we've updated you a couple times on the work that's been done, and we can give you a status tomorrow.
I have given specific areas in which these are taking place, and they have not been done at all. at all. And I don't know what else to do. I think this is my second time. I'm crying now. Already upset. Now I'm fired up.
Councilman Williams, I see that you're upset.
Yeah. But it'll get better when we close.
Yes, sir. Let you know, Mike, we did send an email to your assistant for a drive-through. Julio asked me to get with your assistant so we can do a drive around the city so you can show me these potholes. I was never told of an address or anything like that, sir.
Yeah, the prior list that you've submitted, I can go back and we can talk about it, and I'll send it to Dennis so he has the locations that we've addressed already.
And I can look at them for you and get them done.
All due respect, I think you all are wonderful staff, and thank you, George, so much for what you do. But I don't want to talk no more. I don't want to do no more driving. I just want the hose filled. I've been pointing now for about a year and a half, and they're just not getting done. So, in my tiredness, if I come off a breath, I apologize up front. But can we just get it done, please? Pretty please.
We'll work on it as soon as I get the addresses from Anna. I'll jump on it, sir.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Very briefly, just wanted to remind our residents on this Saturday there will be a construction jobs fair at the Community Redevelopment Agency from 9 to 12. That's 212 Northwest 1st Avenue. This is a perfect opportunity for our local residents to apply for these jobs, these general obligation bond projects approved by voters. So we encourage this council. We've been very supportive of our local residents when it comes to hiring. So we will look forward to seeing all of them at the Community Redevelopment Agency on Saturday from 9 to 12. And finally, our National Superintendent of the Year, Alberto Carvalho, will be in Homestead on Tuesday, August 26th at Laura C. Saunders Elementary, participating in the Miami-Dade League of Cities event that I'm sure Councilman Burgess will speak about. And I encourage my colleagues to be a part of that event and talk to Mr. Carvalho and ask him what is his vision for Homestead Senior High School while he's here. So I encourage you to come out to participate in that event and give a face to the city of Homestead with the National Superintendent right here in the heart of Councilman Williams' district at Laura C. Saunders.
Ms. Wellman?
I'm trying to make this really, really short. South Canal Drive, I've mentioned it before. It's very, very dark from 162nd to to Kingman. What is that? 157, right? 152. So, and also as the roads, the edges of the roads, I mean, they're deep. There's some places where there's as much as a foot deep. So, and there's a huge lake there. So I'm just afraid that one night somebody's going to veer off that little narrow road and go into that lake. So if you could just look into it, I would appreciate it. I'm going to just forget a lot of this stuff. I wanted to ask council if they would agree to give a sponsorship of $2,000 to the SOS Gala. It's part of the police department. It's something that, you know, it's our own family, and so I don't know, do we need a motion or, I don't know. Well, the manager would tell us that. Is that possible to do a $2,000? He just asks me if there's money.
Carlos, contingency?
Yeah, that would be the only place we've got left.
Well, what better way to spend it than on the SOS Gala? That takes care of all those babies. So, Mayor, do you want to
If it makes you feel better, that's the answer I get every time I ask them for money. So, and that's a good thing, by the way.
I'm ignoring it right now. So I'd like to ask the council to support the SOS Gala. I don't know what we need to do. I can't call for a motion.
Should it be a motion, Richard? David?
Said yes.
Now, you can put it on the committee of the whole process if time permits.
Is time permitting? I mean, when is it?
Is this not roll call?
Y'all need votes now when I have stuff.
You can vote on it now, or you can put it through the committee of the whole.
Okay, committee of the whole.
Let's put it through the committee of the whole, because then we start the ball rolling with finances coming out of the discussion part of it.
And also, at this time, the latest extension of the meeting has expired.
Just give me 3 minutes.
10 minutes, please, and then 10 minutes. Can I get a motion for 10 minutes, and then I guarantee it'll be shorter than that. 10 minutes? Second? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go.
This is the anniversary week for Hurricane Andrew. So there's a little something brewing down there, so don't get lazy. Just know that we haven't had one in a very long time, but I just want to bring that up. And I've been challenged with the ALS Water Bucket Challenge, and I will be doing that on Friday between 5:30 and 6 at the Villages of Homestead. And I've already challenged a bunch of people. I know Jason's going to be doing it. And I challenge you, and you.
I've been challenged 5 times already.
Between 5:30 and 6, don't worry, Patricia, I already got it down pat. We're going to do it like that, and it'll just go in the back of our neck. but I challenge you, and I also challenge you to write a $100 check as well. So, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just reiterate what Councilwoman Patricia Fairclough had said is next Tuesday, the 26th at 9:30 in the morning, the superintendent, Dr. Larry Feldman from our school board, and the Miami-Dade County League of Cities will be down at Laura Saunders Elementary School, providing those kids from that school with book bags and necessary supplies to help them get the start and the tools that they need to have a successful tool year. So I would invite everybody to come out and join us there. We have a dilapidated guardhouse over in the entryway to the Park of Commerce by the what I call the Budweiser plant, which is now Gold Coast, and where a school opened up. We had a car that drove into it several years ago, and for 3 or 4 years I've been asking who's responsible. And now that we have kids over there playing around a dilapidated building, I think it's time at some point we find out who the owner is and have them take down the building. And I see Joe Cordino.
Yes, sir. We've located the owner, and I think it is us. I think that we've determined that is the responsibility of the city. So I've asked the building official to look into that and figure out the best way to legally get it taken down. So we're.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cordino.
Pleasure.
I've also got 2 requests, Mayor. One of them would be, with your okay, September is Childhood Cancer Month. The Miami-Dade County League of Cities is asking for a proclamation that we could give at our next meeting on September 4th, as Homestead supports that. And another one that I will ask the attorneys, because they're handling it in Cutler Bay, and for the sake of time tonight, there's an animal ordinance out, I believe, with the sale of puppies and things like that, that Cutler Bay and many other municipalities are working on and passing, and I would like to see if we could get that brought down here, so I could see if there's the will of the council to possibly pass an ordinance like that.
Look into that. Some cities, like Aventura, have adopted it. Others are holding off because apparently there's some litigation in one of the cities.
Well, I would, if you could still, I'd like to request that it be brought down to us. And then, Mr. Williams, I feel your pain and agony and suffering over road issues, and this doesn't have anything to do with our staff, but the counties know better. Because 5 months ago, they promised me that things would be done that have not been done to this day, and it's pitiful service that we receive from them, and I've let their director know that out at 137 and 328, the lights have been sitting there for 8 weeks with no electricity to them and not turned on. We've lost many lives at that intersection, and it's a shame that they can't get the job done and that we have to call them out here from a public dais. At 137 and 312, they were supposed to put 2 arrows to make 2 turn lanes to expedite. They can't even get an extra arrow painted on the road. But I have been promised, Ms. Fairclough, that the design and all has been done for the light down at Pacific Boulevard. But if they move at this pace, who knows when it will be done. So I would encourage everybody that sits up here to call their commissioner and call the Dr. Shen, the head of the roads for the county, and urge them to please expedite this, because it's a dangerous situation on 152 with, I think, 7 schools probably within a mile and a half of that intersection. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor? Nothing? Under my business, I'd like to ask for an appointment of Mr. Williams to the newly elected officials and the senior management retirement system. Also, Joel Guilfoyle to special master, and Richard Yurchek to community policing. Could I ask for a motion for those 3 appointments?
No, I move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Also, I'd like to just two announcements. We still would like to get 2 more special masters. It's a heavy lift for the one. And also, we have 1 opening on Historic Preservation Board. And final question would be, is there a motion to adjourn?
Absolutely.
Is there a second? All in favor? Motion carries. Good night.